son? What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic signal in a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really
I'm doing good. A little sore from earlier.
There's a top Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety, and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the
I'm a righty.
All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair. Ice up, son. What's up?
If you take the left and
Ice
flip it
up,
backwards,
son. What's up? Carolina
Jake
keep
take number 10,
pounding.
it's usually better.
Carolina keep pounding.
Just tips of the trade.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
I'm doing this with my phone.
Better watch the linebacker. He can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook. Toby like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm out of bounds. 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide at the wide receivers. It's a rout. Secret weapon make plays. Greg Olsen make it hot. Pounding on his haters. We ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood. Hometown go boom. Force and fumbles. Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move. Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind mentally and physically. We pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding.
So what do you guys think about the cuts today?
Carolina keep pounding.
Well,
Ice up, son.
few
What's
kind of
Ice up,
unexpected,
son.
but you're
Carolina
getting
keep
closer.
pounding.
So
I was kind of shocked by the Lamar Jackson cut today, honestly, because he played the whole game the other day and appeared to be fine and honestly played pretty well.
right.
So I was kind of confused on why he got cut on injury.
Oh, you start.
What's up, Keep Pounding Crew? We are live. And hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel and for the Keep Pounding Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League. We have filled up the Fantasy Football League for the Keep Pounding League. We are going to reset that sometime this week. So be on the lookout if you're one of those people that is on that crew, you know. The Ill City League, we are going to get our Brian's people in first and mine, and then we're going to open it up to public chat. So be aware on the Facebook group page for that. So, let's get some people in here. This is Bliss Ball Champ and Chad.
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Welcome on in. All right. We got some topics to discuss. before we turn you loose, Chad. But I want to first of all say congratulations on 8,000 followers on the Facebook group page. You guys are real ones. Thank you. Let's go. Can we get some hype in chat for that right there?
That's quite
That's right.
a milestone.
That's right.
Let's go, guys.
Congratulations.
Man, I I'm honored. I'm honored to have each and every one of you as part of this Keep Pounding family, and it's been an incredible ride. It's been an incredible journey so far, and here's to many more years. Here's to 9,000. Here's to 10,000. Here's to however many we get, man. And it's not about the numbers. It's about who's involved, because every single one of y'all are great people, and they're kind people, and they know how to debate properly and healthfully, and it's just such an amazing, pleasurable experience when everything that you've been building comes together like it has, in the right way. So I'm just absolutely honored and overjoyed to welcome everyone that has come in, and thank you to each and every one of you that has followed, subscribed, liked, hit the bell, everything that you've done, you know, for this channel. Everything we do is free. We're not asking for any money, and it's an honor to do this for you every Sunday and every week. So, congrats. Here's to many, many more.
And Corey, with that being said, here's to a new year, a new regime, and hopefully a whole new start for this Panthers regime. And looking forward to what these changes are going to bring this year. With the
Absolutely.
new coaching staff, with new players, with the new with everything that's involved. It's going to be. We're on the right page, right direct, and ready to start this next chapter in Panthers history. Right?
Let's
That's
just say
right.
we've definitely waited long enough over this past summer. It's time to get back to football.
Let's get back to work.
That's right.
Okay, so first major topic of discussion, I think, is the cuts. Let me see if I can get those up on screen for you guys,
Okay.
because I think that warrants a lot of discussion here, considering what we've seen and what we haven't seen, more importantly. And we'll get into that part of the conversation a little later. You know, it's been a very interesting week, to say the least. I'm still looking for it. There it is. All right. Let me get it up on screen.
Alrighty.
Sometimes the tech wants to work with me, sometimes it doesn't. Today we're in luck. All right. So, why is it not? It's showing you guys, but it's not showing me.
Oh,
Well, while you're working on that, I'm pretty surprised on the Lamar Jackson cut injured today.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what happened there. Lamar Jackson's had a pretty decent, I wouldn't say fantastic. He's not going to be a starter, but for a depth filler, I thought he played pretty well, especially being at the game Sunday night or Saturday night. Um, do we know what injury he has, or is this just one of those where it was a cut slash injury to put him on that list?
I didn't see any injury, so I don't know.
That's what they have his cut as, or is listed
What is
as
mine?
injured.
You should be able to share screen now, Corey.
Yeah. Why is my camera not overlapping though? That's the weird part. I'm trying to get it to overlap and it won't do it. For whatever reason, it won't do it. All right, guys, you guys won't get a camera for this part. um, because my tech is acting weird right now. It's Streamlabs. It does this from time to time. It's a pain in the rear. All right, but at least they can see you. That's what's important. Um, and they can hear me.
Hmm.
All right, so we've got the Panthers signing Chris Wilcox, Quandre Mosley, Lily Drew at corner. All three of those are corners. Um, and you just mentioned Lamar Jackson. We'll get to him in a second. Injury reserve Anthony Brown. We're just mentioning corners now. We haven't even mentioned anybody else on this list. This is a lot of moves just at corner. And my whole concern was corner was a weak spot, the second biggest weak spot we have. So if we feel confident in our depth at corner after that game against the Jets, why are we making all these moves? It makes no sense. A lot of these are camp bodies. Chris Wilcox, Mosley, Willie Drew, camp bodies. Anthony Brown, camp body. Lamar Jackson was the one that was fighting for a spot. So we'll continue on here. Sam Pinckney at wide receiver gets signed. That's another camp body. Why they think he's better than Tavion Robinson, who got waived because he was injured, I don't know. I never saw Tavion Robinson get injured, but like there was no news going across the wire or anything on him or Lamar.
I never saw that either with Lamar Jackson, and I was at the game, and both of them were playing.
It must
I
have
never
happened
saw,
during practice in the last couple of days.
I
and
guess
very
so.
well could be. I mean, Lamar Jackson's had a pretty decent camp to be, a backup, fourth
Mm,
string, third string type guy. I'm not saying he's a starter, but I mean he's played pretty solid. And same likewise with Robinson. Those were two guys that I was actually focused on Saturday
mm-hmm.
evening at the game. And to see both of them on
Same.
injured wave was kind of confusing to me today.
They never used Tavion Robinson during the game. Not that I know of. Or they never threw it to him, if they did.
They didn't throw to him.
Okay.
Wow.
So another one that is puzzling here is Jaden Sheridan. Now he's been on the bubble, back and forth, off the practice squad, on the practice squad. What's going on here with Sheridan? Because like I like this dude, and I think he's got some potential, but it's borderline practice squad, borderline uh, camp body. So I'm like 50-50 here. Like, where is this dude gonna go? And we signed him again. So apparently they ruling it in favor of practice squad. So this is a very very strong running back room. So they waived Dylan Johnson. Now
Yeah.
Dylan Johnson had a very strong game against the Jets,
Yeah, not too
and,
sure why
and
they did
he
that.
he got the touchdown at the last 2 minutes. Why? Why is this man getting waived? I don't understand what is going on here. There's no injuries designation, nothing going on. And that pisses me off because of the fact that this man was the only one to actually give a crap in the last 2 minutes of that game. He was the only one without offensive line help at all. And it frustrates the heck out of me because this is the attitude we want in Carolina. It doesn't matter what that score is. I want these players balling out until the clock is triple zeros. If there is still time on that clock, you need to ball out. You need to do
Agreed.
something. And this
I
dude
agree.
plowed through half the defense in order to get that touchdown.
He I will say this in that game, and this is nothing against Dylan Johnson. The first half was very, very
Lackluster.
yes, to say the
To be
least.
fair,
Yep.
to be
And
fair, I agree.
the yardage gains were very small. He started picking up as the game went on, and most of his yards ended up coming in, let's say, the last 5 minutes
Yeah,
of the
against
second
third and fourth
quarter
stringers.
and third quarters. So I will say this: Canales said, for what it's worth, Canales said this morning that they're looking for certain types of guys to fit the system. It's not all about the athleticism. It's not all about
Mm-hmm.
the toughness. It's about the quickness and the moves they see in camp and practice.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's something they just didn't like in him. I mean, at the end of the game, when you have 18 carries for 83 yards and a touchdown, that's pretty nice.
I
On
don't
paper,
understand why this would be a cut.
yeah,
Why?
I agree. Especially if we're not playing Blackshear, we're not
It,
playing
it,
Hubbard right
if it's
now.
Blackshear, I could understand because Blackshear has trouble and he stays stagnant through the fourth quarter. I get
But
that one.
Blackshear's a special teams guy, so he's going to
And
be
not only
fine.
that, the man that scored your only touchdown of the entire game.
Right,
True.
exactly. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I really didn't see anything wrong with it. Um, I just think
That
first
infuriates
half
me.
yards, the first half yards per carry for Dylan Johnson were kind of weak. But then all of a sudden, the second half yards per carry doubled.
Okay,
Kind of like
so
watching Jack Plummer. I mean, Jack was very boring and it was like watching water boil. But at the
so
same time, it's the playbook that was given to him. He
yeah,
didn't make any mistakes. He really didn't throw
all of
anything
those were
special.
sweep plays and draw plays.
Yep,
You know, because
everything was.
Canales said,
Yep.
I don't
Sure
care,
was.
about the rest of this game anymore. Oh, it's preseason. We already lost. Ho hum hum. And
Everything was under 8 yards. Like the whole
so
game, everything was under 8 yards. We threw a
yeah,
few passes over, but
Yeah,
it was
because I mean,
it was
it was only
what
61 total passing yards.
what
that's
it
right.
says to me is Dylan is a
Yeah.
third stringer or a fourth string running back. Which I mean, that's a far cry from being waived. That's a
Yeah,
far cry. Like,
yeah.
why? You're gonna cut the one man that actually gave it crap during the last 2 minutes, even during draw plays? This is
But
insane.
I'm thinking what's probably going to happen, because you got to remember, they're still confident that as soon as possible, uh, Jonathan Brooks will be available and be used. And when you think about it, that's four running backs in the room right there with Chuba Hubbard,
And I get
Davis,
Sanders.
that.
Sanders,
Yeah. So I think
Blackshear.
they'll probably and I agree with you, Jason, on that because I think that's what it is we still got to we all keep forgetting about Brooks. And
Yeah.
Brooks is supposed to come back around week 4.
Okay, in
Um
that case, then cut Blackshear. Because Blackshear's
well,
been here for how long now? And he hasn't punched the ticket to the 53.
well,
And
Blackshear he's been on our 53. Blackshear did pretty well at times
but
when he was called in last year and the year before. Um, he was definitely a step above Miles Sanders, even.
Not only
yeah.
Um,
that, special
Okay.
teams. Not only that, he was
special,
our returner,
exactly.
Okay, then
He is our number one returner right now too. So
especially on kickoffs. Now, when it comes to punts, it's more so Amir Smith
that's going to
Marset.
be I yeah, that's right. Smith Marsette's going to be our punt, but yeah, Blackshear has produced, and we've seen him make some decent plays in the regular season. Hasn't been many, but I think that's where they're looking at. We have four running backs because if Brooks is back week 3, week 4, potentially right
You
after
can
the bye,
spin this
maybe.
two different ways, in my
Oh, for
opinion.
sure.
You can spin this in two different ways, in my opinion. One, either we've got too many running backs, like you just said, or you could use the spin off, which is, oh, we don't really care about these preseason games. We're gonna leave the one man that actually showed Carolina football mentality and toss him off the roster. It and that looks bad for Canales. And people will try that too.
Yeah,
I don't get it, but they will try it. I've seen worse,
and
way
that's why
worse.
I really feel like this 53-man roster, when it's all said and done, it's probably if we were to all take our best guesses, we might get maybe 60% of it correct. Maybe. But
That's the
I
best you can do every year.
I have an honest feeling there's gonna be some players that make the roster that we're gonna be like, oh snap, he's gonna get that opportunity. Yes. And then there's gonna be some that are gonna be like, really? They
There's
they
always that
cut
one
him.
player every year that's
Right.
going to
And
piss
there's
you
also
off.
going to be some that are like fan favorites that, we all want to cheer for. I'm high on Luton, but I don't even know what happened to him. He didn't even play hardly. He played a little bit of the fourth quarter, and that was
Yeah, I
it
was
real
going to
quick.
get to him.
So
Um,
how is he an injured cut? Because it's like where how is he hurt?
when
I
did that
mean,
injury happen?
there wasn't that's my point with a lot of these is like even Lamar Jackson. Where did that injury happen? I mean, I haven't seen any injuries on any of these guys, and I was at the game on the 50-yard line, 9 rows back. Never saw injuries from any of these players. So I
Yeah, and
think it's like, you put them on
Are you
injury.
faking these injuries?
It's like an
Is
injury
that what you're doing?
It's like an injury cut list, and
I don't
maybe these
understand.
guys. I really don't understand either, Corey, because
None
I
of
was
this stuff was reported.
no. I mean, Lamar
yeah.
Jackson played pretty much the whole game. I mean, and
I mean, you
he
didn't
played
see anything from David Newton or anybody on Twitter.
no,
No.
Nobody.
nothing,
Nothing.
nothing.
It's
Haven't
been
seen
dead silent since
haven't
yesterday.
seen a haven't seen a damn thing about any of these injuries. Like Luton, man, I really thought we were going to play him in the third quarter, and he came in what in the fourth.
Yeah,
And it
fourth.
was like, wow, I'm really tired of watching Jack Plummer. Nothing against Jack Plummer. He definitely looked better. He didn't make mistakes. He didn't look terrible with the
Yeah.
playbook he was given. He was only allowed to throw underneath the whole time.
Hmm.
But and then we come down and score a touchdown with Luton in the game. And it's like,
Hmm.
well, I mean, this guy's already been here once before. Why why is this guy not giving more play? I mean, he's 6'5",
Right.
he's 225, he's got a pro build. Why are we not watching this guy play, and why did we bring him back when Dalton got hurt?
And
And
he looked good
we're
against the
looking
Patriots too.
right, and
Yeah,
it's
that
like
final
I
drive,
really don't understand
yeah.
what we're doing there. Um, I do get it. Jack Plummer's a 24-year-old young guy that I think they think they can work with, and Luton's 28 years old. And there's something to be said about that as well. If you're going to throw him on the practice squad,
I want
you
Jake on
know,
the practice squad because
well,
we've had too many quarterback injuries in the history of the Panthers.
for sure, and Jack
Right.
will be on the Jack will definitely be on the practice
He
squad.
better
Uh,
be. I don't want another team stealing him again.
well, you talking about Plummer or Luton?
Luton.
Yeah, Luton.
Well,
That's what
Because
he's talking about.
somebody stole him from
I
us
don't
and
know,
then
Corey.
he ended up on the Saints practice squad and we had to get him back from the
That's
Saints.
right, and we got him back, and
Let's not lose him again, guys.
but he was a cut today, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
why?
yeah. They cut him to make room for their signees.
Right. So I mean,
Okay, so Chris Wilcox, Quandre Mosley, and Willie Drew are and Pickney are camp bodies. None of these guys should be making a 53 roster. Sheridan, I could make an argument for, but the rest of these guys, no.
No, and I get it. I mean, you're bringing in, what?
So you're going to make up
quarterbacks?
some fake injury for Jake Luton, and you're going to make up some fake injury for Lamar Jackson and Tavion Robinson. This is ridiculous.
And I really don't know why they would do that with Lamar Jackson, considering that we're weak at that position already. And he's actually had a pretty solid camp. He's not going to be flashy.
If it's legit, it's legit. But if it's not, then it's not.
Right. But I never saw him get hurt. No one was carted off the field this weekend. No one limped off the field.
We would have heard it from official sources.
I'm sorry?
Folks, we only use official sources.
That's
We
right.
would have heard
And
it
I
through the
was at
grapevine.
game. I
Right.
was at the game, and I was 9 yards back on the 50-yard line behind our bench, and I never saw a single player get hurt. Not one player. So
My team runs a tight ship here. Chad can tell you. We run a tight ship when it comes to official sources. None of that came through. None of it.
nothing.
Right.
I would have been the first one to see it.
Yeah. I just happened to have tickets to the game, and I went to check out these backup guys, and I am high on Lamar Jackson. So I watched him a lot on that game. And even though he's not a flashy guy, he's not going to get you 10 interceptions or 6 interceptions. But what
Yeah.
he does is he's a cover down guy, he's a check down guy. And
Yep.
people don't like to throw to him because he's going to deflect past. He has the hidden stats that are not recorded. And that's what he does. He covers very well. He's almost like a Chris Gamble type player.
Oh,
Where-
nice.
Yes, like a poor man's
Yep.
Gamble.
Mm-hmm.
And because he doesn't have those stats. He's not, you look at his stat record, it's nothing fantastic. But he played under Avero at Denver. He knows the system. And the guy is a check down guy. He's going to have great coverage. He's going to lock you down. He's going to be great against a 2 or a 3 or spread out even into a nickel. And he can do that. And that's what I liked. And I was there really to watch a lot of him amongst a couple other players on the defense. And I really was surprised today when I saw that he was cut on injured because there was no injuries during the game that I saw. And I was on basically, like I said, 9 yards back on the 50 on our side of the field. Never saw anybody limp off the field. Never saw anybody carted off. Nothing. None of that happened. So it's like, what happened to Lamar Jackson? Because I was really hoping he was going to make this roster for depth, or at least playing like a nickel coverage, maybe a third check down backup type guy, because he is that guy. So I was really shocked on that. So I mean, at this point now, I mean we're kind of depleted at corner. We definitely need to go after in my opinion, Corey, I think you'll agree on this. I know you will.
Eli Apple.
Eli Apple is out there, and we need to take him. We need to get him.
Let me just say this. I saw this on the Panthers site. Lamar Jackson had 20 snaps.
Oh.
Defensive snaps, he had 33% of the defensive snaps. On special teams, he had 11, which is 46%. So I just wanted to point that out.
And what was the catch ratio? Do they have the stats on there on deflections, catch ratio going his way?
No. They're not that in depth.
Yeah, I mean, there was hardly anything coming his way when he was out there. And he was starting. He was starting for that roster yesterday or Saturday.
Recorded stats wise, he's got 1 pass deflection. That's it for the Jets game. But he did a lot more than just that.
Oh yeah, for sure. He did a lot more. I mean, no one ever threw to him.
And that's
It was
why he only had the one pass deflection.
right.
That number would
I mean,
go up if they were trying to
th-
test him.
I mean, he was starting, and he was
Mm-hmm.
starting on the strong side. For the X receiver. Now at the same time, um, the quarterback for the Jets that was starting. I mean, this guy was throwing a lot like Plum. I mean, Plummer looked way better than their quarterback. Plummer was just his playbook was 5 to 8 yards only. He never went deep. He went deep, maybe not even deep. Like went. He had some really nice throws into the end zone. Um, to the sidelines, back into the end zone. He had two of them that were really nice. Um, it wasn't the receiver's fault. It wasn't his fault. They were incomplete. It was just really good defense, honestly. But he
Hmm.
put them right at the hands. So I did see a little bit from Plummer that was better than what I've seen all camp from him because he's looked terrible. But man, he floated a couple of passes to the sideline back into the end zone that were really nice. And if you had a starting receiver in there, like maybe a Thielen or a Johnson in there, there's probably would have been caught. Um,
Oh, I have no doubt.
I mean,
I'll
they were
get
nice. They were perfectly placed balls. They were just well defended.
I
to
would have.
Jack in a second, but through 2 games, Lamar Jackson has 2 solo tackles and 3 pass deflections. Go ahead, Blitz.
I just really would have loved to have seen a lot more aggressiveness on the drive when after Robinson got the interception and put us in such great position.
I agree
Mm,
100% because they
mm-hmm.
wasted that drive.
Yep.
Absolutely. There was no aggressiveness on that. And that was a really nice play. He was at the right place at the right time, but he read it and he stayed back and he held pat and he made that pick. And when he made it, he had a good run afterwards. And then it was like after that, we just went super vanilla. It was like watching John Fox again trying to attack the goal line. I mean, because honestly, my only complaint about the whole game was when we were inside the 30 or the 20 red zone area, we never attacked. We never like just tried to
Yeah.
shove the ball down their throat. And that was, kind of concerning. But not really because it was Jack out there throwing the ball. But so I mean, I understood early what they were doing with Plummer. He was going to be there to throw dink and dunk underneath passes, and that was it. And they were relying on catches after the pass, which is the
Yak.
analysis already said that's kind of what he's going to do with Bryce. But Bryce has
Mm-hmm.
the arm to throw downfield, and
Yeah.
he's going to be able to throw downfield, and he's going to be allowed to do it where they're not really allowing Plummer to do it. So I kind of
Yeah.
felt bad for Plummer, but I wanted to see Lutton have
Mm,
some more play in that game. I really wanted to see him have more play in that game.
there's the argument that you can make of they're not allowing him to throw it or he can't throw it downfield because it's kind of 50-50 for me. He's demonstrated he can ball placement it down the field because he did one time with TMJ. Um, but that was in a double cover situation. So is he using his brain on those? But at the same time, like, can he do it? Yes,
Well, we
but
saw him do it at
also,
Louisville. We saw him do it at Louisville,
yeah,
and we know he can play, but at the same time, like Steve Smith said the best the other day, you can be a men amongst boys in college, but once you get to the pro level, now you might be a boy amongst men.
yeah.
And I think that's where he's at right now. And I think they're using
Teddy
him as
Bridgewater
maybe a
2.0
exactly,
as of right
exactly.
now until he breaks
That's
that
right.
glass ceiling.
I agree 100%.
That's exactly what I saw in the sixth when I went up there too.
Yeah, but he does have great size. Um, He has. We know he has the arm strength. I mean, his
Hmm.
floaters in the end zone were Corey. I'm
Ball
gonna tell you
placement was incredible.
incredible ball placement. Because I'm gonna tell you what,
That's what's going to win him
Jets,
the second job.
the Jets quarterback looked like Cam with a broke shoulder.
Yep.
Everything was going to the knees and the ankles.
Yep.
Everything. And
Everything.
every single pass he threw, I mean, they could have beat us by 25 points if he would have
Yep.
hit some of those.
Yep.
And he was throwing everything below the knees. And where
Hmm.
Plummer was very patient, he didn't push out of the pocket, he didn't rush, and he did what the playbook was allowed him to do, which wasn't a whole lot. Um, and he was hitting in the numbers and not the knees and the ankles. And
Hmm.
that was a good thing to
Mhm.
see. And his ball placement was very, very, very good, in my opinion. And if he had, like, a Thielen and a Johnson out there, um, Mingo didn't look that great, but he was kind of covered down more so. It
Hmm.
wasn't really his fault. But it also allowed us to look at Sanders a little more at tight end, who made a couple of really good catches.
Hmm.
Um, and surprisingly, I'm still surprised, very surprised. But T and J is getting open, and he's
Yep.
out there. He's balling, man. He is balling,
Hmm.
and everything I've seen from him in camp. I mean, I get it. The guy's had three different head coaches, three different offensives that he's had to run through, and this guy is really trying to take a precedent and step up for this team. Um,
Right.
and I like that because I mean, this guy could have quit a long
Hmm.
time ago,
Hmm.
but I mean, he's still young and he's
Yeah.
got great size and he's catching balls. I mean, he's
Yeah.
only had, I think, maybe one or two bad practices all camp.
Agreed. I saw
Yeah,
two of them, so I was very impressed too.
yeah, he's looking really good. He looks like a pro wide receiver, not just a professional wide receiver. He looks like a starter. And I'm not going to say a number one or a number two, but he's looking like a number three.
Yeah, I would agree with
Oh,
Instead
that.
of, I mean, he's looking really good and solid, and he's also bringing that mentality to the field
Yeah,
that we haven't seen in a while since Steve Smith.
that dog
I mean,
mentality that we're looking for.
that's right, exactly, and that's what. And so I heard a great interview today with Canales and Dan Morgan on Charlotte Sport Talk, and it's not that they don't want to play the starters. They know who the starters are. We had 38 inactives Saturday night, which is unheard of. But what
Yeah,
they're looking for is they're trying to find the players that's going to fit the system.
right.
And it's not really about
now we're getting into it.
right. So now what they said is it's not about the talent or it's the style of play, what we see in these guys on the field. um, whether it's practice, joint practice, whether it's you know a scrimmage game or a preseason game, they're looking for a certain type of player, and they're looking for the mentality, the personality, as well as the athleticism and the dog in
Mm,
them. So they have their mindset, and that's what they're kind of weaning down for this 53 is just getting the right players to fit their system. And that's something, there's something to be said about that because, I mean, you can say that. I mean, let's look at the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, Smith Marset couldn't even make the freaking roster there. And this guy has a great, great field presence. How are
Mm.
but
you
that
not
goes to show
playing
you
him?
how much talent and how deep the Kansas City Chiefs depth chart is.
It does,
Yeah.
but you know where they kind of weak, where they're weak at sometimes is like their number three, number four wide receiver because they rely so much on Kelsey.
And the interesting part is Jacksonville's depth actually beat Kansas City's depth in the preseason game
Hmm.
recently. So that ought to
Yeah,
tell you the growth of Jacksonville recently, which I've
that's
been
right.
warning you guys about.
I was so ecstatic last year when we signed Smith Marset off of
They're
Kansas
coming,
City.
y'all.
I mean, when we signed him off of Kansas City's practice squad, I was like, how do we land this guy? What is Kansas City doing? And
All I know
I
is
mean,
that they got a dynasty.
Yeah,
well, they do that. They do have a dynasty, and we'll give them one more year to call it a true dynasty. But
the
they do
cup is
have a core.
overflowing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, let's look at their depth chart at wide receiver. They rely so much on Kelsey. Kelsey is not a spring chicken,
Yeah,
Right.
and once Kelsey starts to fade, I mean, Andy Reid is a great coach, one of the greatest ever.
right.
Even when he was at Philly and couldn't win the Super Bowls, couldn't get past that NFC Championship game, um, he's still a fantastic coach, and he's a player's coach. But he's also kind of Phil Jackson with the Bulls on this right now because he has Kelsey and he has Mahomes and he has certain players there. But losing a guy like Smith Marset, if I lost Tyreek Hill, I'm gonna tell you what, Smith Marset's going straight in my lineup. I mean, the guy's got skills. I like his skills. He's a Swiss Army knife. And even I'd forgot about the guy until we signed him. I was like, how did we get this guy from the Kansas City Chiefs? How did Andy Reid let this guy fly away? I mean, this is a guy that was just buried in the depths with Kansas City. It's not like their wide receiver core is like phenomenal. It's solid, but it's not like it's phenomenal. They rely on the tight end so much. And it's like, well, I mean, Kelsey's not getting any younger. And now Kelsey's out of shape this year. He looks out of shape. He's traveling with Taylor. And yeah, of course he's going to be in shape by the time season starts. We know that, but he's not young anymore. You
Right.
know, you know, he's going to start fading off gradually. I'm sure he's going to ride off in the sunset great, and the Chiefs might win another Super Bowl. But he's not Sam Laporta right now. Because I think that if I had to
Um,
rank those two right now, Sam Laporta is going to be the next Travis Kelsey, and he's already
I'm
even with him right now.
I'm currently looking at the backup behind Travis Kelsey, and that's Noah Gray. Uh,
Yeah,
Ooh.
6'3", 240 pounds. From Leominster, Massachusetts, from Duke. And this was during the time that Duke had a really strong offense.
yes, for
So
sure.
Yeah.
you're looking at 17 games last year, 28 receptions, 305 yards, 10.9 yard yards per what is that reception? Yeah, yards per
Yeah,
reception, 2 touchdowns, and it ended up being 4 touchdowns for his career, 10.2 yards after the reception, 63 catches, 640 yards, in about 50 games. So, I mean, they're grooming this dude up, and I've looked at him a little bit. He's pretty strong. Um, he doesn't have uh, but about a third of Travis Kelsey's strength and all of that stuff, all his abilities. But he's still going to be a really, really tough tight end to contend with. So they're still going to be relying on Noah Gray once Travis Kelsey retires. I
the
think.
only difference between Damar is Noah Gray. His problem is, and it was in college too,
Mm-hmm,
is he's a good receiving tight end, and he's very
mm-hmm,
smart. He's very NFL IQ. He can't block,
Oh,
and
exactly.
that's not good.
then that's where Kelsey could do both. Um, so that's where my concern is with them on that is, I mean, it's not my concern because I'm not a Chiefs fan, but let's be real, he's not much of a blocker. Um, he's one dimensional. He's probably going to end up being good, but he's probably going to end up falling into the category of more like a Mercedes Lewis or someone, as far as the way overall performance goes, because he's not much of a blocker. He's going to be more of a hands guy. It's kind of like, Cleveland's guy. Um,
Same.
he's going to be a better receiver, receiving tight end, and decoy guy than he is going to be all around. You look at the Gronks, you look at the Kelseys, you look at the Greg Olsons. These guys could do it all, right?
Right.
And then you look at this guy, and yeah, he's probably going to put up good stats. It's going to be off and on, but he's not going to be able to open up that running lane that's going to allow Mahomes to be able to break loose or have that running game that they like to run on as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not a great blocker. So they're going to have to bring in either a dual tight end or toughen up one side of the line. But he's going to be good. I mean, he's going to be solid. I mean, he's going to be a good fantasy guy, a PPR guy, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I could see that.
It's kind of like Cole Kmet with the Bears. You know, um, solid tight end. I think he's going to have a breakout year this year. His problem is he's not a blocker. Um, we've run into that situation. Ian Thomas didn't have hands at first, and then he couldn't block. And then he started getting some hands. And it was like, well, what do we have in this guy? And how many years are we going to ride him? At least they know that with Noah Gray, he's going to be a hands guy. He's going to
Mm-hmm.
catch passes. He's going to get open. Um, I am glad to see that we did not cut Jordan Matthews, former wide receiver for the Eagles, transferred to being a tight end. He's had a pretty strong camp in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I will say that I did like what I saw in Sanders this weekend.
Jatavian. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
me too.
man,
I
he,
think he's secured a spot. He's
he
definitely secured a spot.
Sanders. Well, we have he. I hope so. We traded. I mean, we moved up drafting. We drafted him, fairly early. Sanders, man, he's got that mentality, man, where he wants to excel. When a guy comes in and says, "I want to be the next Greg Olson," I love that.
Me
You go
too.
do it, bro. You go do it, buddy. Get out there and do it. And man, he has gradually gotten better every week, whether it's been in practice, joint practice, or preseason. He has gotten
Hmm.
better. And he
Indeed.
made a couple of
Yep.
catches this week. I mean, that was just nice, man. And
Yep.
he just looks like a pro tight end. And when I say pro
Yep.
tight end, not a pro tight end for like, a team that doesn't utilize the tight ends. He looks like a playmaking tight end. I
Hmm.
mean, you just see him out there, and he's got that dog in him. And I think that's what these guys are looking at right now is they know what dogs that they have, and they know who they have to pay and who's going to make the team. I think that's why right now we're not going to see any starters, and we may not see starters against Buffalo. And that I'm okay with it, but I'm not okay with it. But the way the new,
Let's get into
rules,
that. Yeah.
the way preseason is now, it's almost like it's a moot point. I mean, let's look at it. The last 2 years, it didn't matter if you were the San Francisco 49ers, Kansas City Chiefs, Dallas Cowboys, Carolina Panthers, or the Chicago Bears. The first couple of weeks just looked like preseason football because they've shortened the preseason,
Mm-hmm.
they've lengthened the regular season, and nobody wants to get these guys hurt because of the players union. The players union has a lot of control, and
There you go.
everything. It's all guaranteed money is what everybody's playing for now. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, you get hurt. It's not like it used to be. it's guaranteed money. So it's like it doesn't matter if you're making
Now all of a sudden it's a problem.
right. It is a problem. And even Steve Smith, Smitty even said, he goes, the preseason now is to see who's going to make the team, not who you know is going to make the team. That's what practice is
Exactly.
for.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
So it's like, we don't need to see these guys, but
But
when you
but
have
at the
young
same
guys
time,
that
some of these guys need reps too. That's the
absolutely,
thing.
I agree
Bryce
100.
Young, Icky, Taylor Moton, all of them need reps. And Excel especially too, because he's a brand new rookie. You
Yeah,
know,
Yeah. So I feel, I mean, there's a lot that can be said about preseason, the effects, how much it can affect. One thing's for sure, I truly believe you don't want to underestimate good chemistry.
yep,
You don't want to underestimate that. And when you don't do things to increase that chemistry, which, like I've said before, a series or two, to kind of show that confidence that, hey, we know, like, doing this with our ones, we can get in the end zone. Okay, cool. We showed that we can do that. We got that chemistry. Even if it was just a few series, like if it's not a full quarter, okay, it is what it is. But I look at the preseason is you only have but so many dress rehearsals. And when you have the opportunity, and I use this previous game as an example, we didn't use a single timeout the entire game.
we did not. You're exactly right.
that's correct.
We had an opportunity to try out the scenario to come back and win the game by way of getting into the end zone quickly and then doing an onside kick, which, hey, great opportunity being that we have new onside kick rules. And then you do that, you get the ball, all you need is a field goal. This was the perfect opportunity to try that scenario. You run your two down
Facts.
offense, you get in to the end zone because
Mm-hmm.
you got to think about this. Dylan Johnson got into the end zone, but he got hit in the backfield. He doesn't break that tackle. We don't get in the end zone because remember, he got into the end zone as time expired. You see?
Yeah.
And we didn't use a single timeout the entire game, including that drive. So where was the sense of, you know what?
Urgency.
It's like, you know what? We
Yeah,
Or
really got
yeah,
to
or clock management, game control, and
bingo.
yep,
exactly.
yep.
And that's one of my pet peeves right there with a head coach. If you don't do that, you show a lazy effort out there as a head coach. Ron Rivera did that back in 2019, and it pissed me off royally because I was just like, really, this is what we're doing? Oh, we might be down what 7, 8, 9 points. That doesn't mean we can't come back in 2 minutes and tie this thing up and take it overtime. Like,
Right.
make an effort. Don't
Yeah,
run draw plays. And it goes back to Isaac too, because what is Isaac supposed to be doing there? He's a figurehead. He's
yeah,
a puppet.
exactly.
He's a
It's
puppet
just
being controlled by Dave Canales. What is he doing there? What is his purpose?
and
Well,
it's
I mean, like I said, man, I think it's actually just come down to that some teams are gonna play their starters, some teams are not gonna play their starters. It also comes down to injuries on the other team. If we're going to play the Jets, are we going to start Bryce Young and our full throttle when the Jets say, well, we're not playing?
If these guys need the reps, then yes.
I mean, I agree. We should definitely get the
Who
reps. And I
cares what
think
the
we
rest
need
of
to
the
get
league is doing? What we should care about is what we're doing. It's all
well
about the
now
preparation of our team, specifically in preseason.
and I'll probably go ahead and go out on a limb and tell you last week we probably would have been playing some of our starters.
That should be our
Uh,
only focus.
well, this week we might actually now because the Bills' number two, Mitch Trubisky's out to plays in because these coaches talk. Who are you playing this week?
This
We
isn't
will
a
play
regular
you this week.
season game. This is a preseason game. What we
Right.
need to be
So
concerned about is do these guys need the reps? Are they getting the proper development? Are they regular season ready? Who cares who the other team is starting or not starting? If these guys need the reps, they need the reps. Put them in. It's
Yeah,
absurd to think otherwise.
and
Because
and
no,
the
I agree. I mean, we need to have because
what
guess
happens if
what?
you go into the regular season and these guys aren't ready? And we go 0-3 right out of the jump. I don't want to hear it. Oh, these guys weren't ready. These guys weren't ready. No, that's an excuse because
and
you didn't play them during the preseason and prepare them properly.
and see
And we,
that's I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chad. Go ahead.
I mean, and these guys have to get hits. I mean, when are they going to get hit? When is Bryce going to get hit? Um,
And that's
you're not
another thing. Like these
you're
guys are
not getting
not made
hit
of glass.
you're not
Like
getting hit in a joint practice. Joint uh practice for the Jets. You're not playing in a preseason where you can get hit.
I don't want to hear that lame
So
excuse either because Bryce Young got hit how many times last year?
60, 60
Remind me
or
again.
sacked
yeah,
62 times.
Remind me again how many times he got hurt last
62
year?
sacks. 62 sacks. Let's not even kid
Exactly. I don't
y'all.
want to hear that lame excuse anymore. There's a
Yeah.
difference between excuses and reasons for things that are going on. Okay? And a reason why these wide receivers are not catching the ball is because we're not opening the playbook up. Okay, that's a reason. Now, an excuse is exactly this. We're not you can't just take Bryce out just because you're scared of him getting hurt, and not giving him two season, two drives a game, to prep up. If you feel like he's ready after that, okay, cool. But if you don't, give him more reps until you feel he is ready. That's what preseason is about, is preparing for the regular season. It's not just uh, setting people up for the depth chart, setting people up for the 53. It's about getting ready for the regular season. Everybody misses that. And they don't seem to understand the difference between, live game reps versus practice reps. Like, how? How do you not understand the difference at this point? It's just
Well, I
I've
don't
seen
think it's
so many people that go into the post that I put up about this, and they don't get it.
no.
They don't get
I
the
totally
difference.
agree. I mean, I think you're getting paid to play,
It's disappointing.
and you're getting paid to play. I get it, and I think you have to get hit. I mean, I coach. You know,
Exactly.
going
It's
in
part of the game.
right. You have to get hit. You have that's what it's about is getting hit.
40,
And
50 years of the league, and now all of a sudden it's a problem, and these guys are made of glass. And I
well,
blame the union for that.
oh yeah,
Get
absolutely.
into the
It's the
union,
union problem,
Chad. Get into the
and
union.
that's right. It's the union, and a lot of times, um, you might come out and play against a team where a coach is going to be like, "Dude, we're playing our starters." The Bills played Josh Allen last week. Um,
Right.
I say 50% of the league played their starters for at least like a quarter, and 50% of the league did not play any starters. So it's kind of like, are we
It's
just
up
going to
to
come
each
out?
individual team,
Mm-hmm.
as
And
it should
to
be.
to y'all's point, and I had mentioned this in our group chat. You know, we take a look at this at the first 4 to 5 games of the regular season. We're coming out hot, opening on the road against the Saints,
We
and
better
then
be ready.
like we're opening up with a very important game in our division, and then you know you got 4 other teams where only one of those teams we've been able to beat last time we met them, and that was the Chargers. The other three, Las Vegas, Cincinnati, Chicago, we haven't beaten them in years.
Years.
Yep. Well, the good thing is, I think we should have the Raiders this year. They're struggling.
Mm,
They're pretty bad.
even when they are stagnant, they're still slightly better than us.
I mean,
Well,
we didn't even beat them when we had Cam.
Exactly. Consider which division they're playing under. This is the AFC West. You got Kansas City that are Super Bowl champions. You got the Chargers who
well,
are consistent competitors and playoff contenders, and then you got formerly Oakland, now the LA Raiders, that are staying
the
stagnant,
Vegas
but
Raiders.
still,
Yeah, the Vegas Raiders. But
yeah, the Vegas Raiders, who are still very much contenders, and very much in the wild card race every year.
They have a very they don't even the, I agree with like the Chargers. The Chargers are going to be good. I mean, they have a top 10 quarterback in the league in Justin Herbert. Cincinnati's going to be very, very, very difficult because I mean these guys.
Mm-hmm.
When you
Mm-hmm.
have a problem, whether you're going to re-sign T. Higgins to an extension
Oh,
and
our
Kenny
corners are going to get
Pickett,
tested.
oh, we're going to get tested so bad because they
yep.
have wide
Yeah,
receivers. They did lose Mixon, that went to the Texans. Um, I
they're
mean,
going after Boodle. I'm telling you, when we play them.
it's going to be really tough. But the Raiders this year, it's like, who's their quarterback even going to be?
So right now it's Garner Minshew, which, by the way, last time we played him, he did beat us. Of
Uncle
course, he was
Rico,
with a
man. Uncle Rico's the man, dude. I mean, everybody clowns this guy. This guy's a blue collar guy. He's going to be the next Ryan Fitzpatrick.
10
He's going
years
to be,
ago, all you heard about was, oh, Gardner Minshew is with the Jaguars in their depth chart. And now all of a sudden he's the next thing since sliced bread. And it's
well,
like,
Mitch,
whoa,
his background is so awesome,
it
really, because
really
the
is
guy
though.
played JUCO for 2 years,
What a
and
turnaround.
then he led like the nation in JUCO, and then he went to um, Coastal Carolina, and when he went to Coastal Carolina, they had this guy named uh, it started with the H. It was like Holmes, Haugms,
Yeah,
and
something like that.
he was going to be the starter, and the coach was dire. This guy was going to be the starter of the team, and Minshew was like, well, whatever. He would come in, he would throw for like 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, and then he would get benched because the guy would come back off injured list, Holmes or whatever.
mm,
And the coach was really a moron at Coastal Carolina.
He seriously
And
was.
he was a total moron. So 2 years of Minshew bouncing back and forth. He would start 3 games. He would sit 6 games, come back in and start 2 games. And then he did that for 2 years. So then when he went to Washington, um, they said, do you want to be the leading passer in college football? You need to come here. So he went there. He threw for
mm.
4,400 yards and 32 touchdowns and still didn't get drafted because he had bounced from JUCO 2 years, 2 years at Coastal, and 1 year over there
Mm,
at Washington, and he won the Pac-10 Player of the Year. He won the MVP in the bowl game, and still
yeah, but
he
my
worked his way up through the NFL rankings, and that's why they call him Uncle Rico with the mustache and everything. I mean, the guy can throw the ball, and dude, I would love to have Gardner Minshew as a backup here.
I
Um,
agree.
I mean, the guy is solid, man, and he's going to be the
Hmm.
next Ryan Fitzpatrick, man. He's going to be Fitzmagic 2.0. This guy's going to have a career where he's going to be a starter. He's going
I
to be
can
a
see that.
backup. He's going to be a starter again, and he's going to be a backup, and he's going to be the highest paid backup and the lowest paid starter, and he's going to balance out his whole career, and he's going to be Ryan Fitzmagic all over again.
Yeah, I can see that comparison. That makes sense.
And then again, Fitz Magic, he played on 9 different NFL teams.
Nobody takes Coastal Carolina seriously though when you're talking drafting. That's the thing, because they're so low tier that nobody even watches any of the players. You might get one or two NFL scouts out there a year, and that's about it. And that's just the nature of the beast, when it comes to scouting. Let's go to the chat because I haven't gone to the chat today. David Screw says keep pounding the 10 to 12 wins. I'm speaking this into existence. 8,000 followers. Let's go. Congrats.
I think we
Corey and Jason, can we speak 10 to 12 wins into existence, please? We have some confidence, please. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. That's going to be a no. I'm even dialing it back from 7 to 8 wins down to 6 to 7 because of our offensive line depth.
I could say 10 to 12 wins, but I would be lying to myself.
I think we're fooling ourselves if we really do believe that that's a possibility at this point. I'm sorry. It's just, I know you have high hopes for this season because of the coach, and you value him as much as, the next thing since sliced bread, but it's not enough. You got to have depth. If you don't have depth, you cannot get to 10 to 12 wins. It's just that simple.
I will say this. If that does happen, that would be the greatest comeback for a franchise in NFL history.
Oh my God, man.
But it's hard for me to justify when we're coming off number one, a new staff, number two, a 2-15 record, number three, the worst offense.
I can't
the
do
worst
it either.
offense. It's too many negative factors for me
to
justify bouncing back to a 10-12 win season. It's just too.
And we're not being and we're not being pessimistic. Just keep that in mind. We're being realistic. This is what's really going on. We're pulling back the curtain. We're saying, okay, this is what's really going on with this team because this team is so streaky. When we start winning, everybody's like, oh, we're the next thing since sliced bread. And then when we start going on a 3-game losing streak, oh, we're the worst team in the league, And then it's just like, come on. When we were that 8-8 team, every year. And now it's just like, okay, now that's actually a reality where we actually were the last team in the NFL with 2 wins, or we were the best team in the league with 15-1, at one point. So it's kind of like, okay, well, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Marcos Cash, shout out to you. IMO, Blackshear, and ISM are competing for punt return and kickoff duties. Ooh, good point. Who's going to win that thing? My money's on ISM.
Yeah. I mean, I know he gave us our last punt return touchdown, so that was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And yeah, I definitely see him as a keeper.
If Blackshear's going to make a difference, it's got to be in special teams right now. He's got to make his name for himself right there.
Yeah, which is
because everybody else is making a name for themselves in that running back room, so that's the way he's going to have to do it.
Yeah, which he's capable. He's definitely capable.
Mm-hmm, for sure. David Screw says, anyone going to chat? Well, we were focused on our issues, and topics, so which there's still one point to be made about the unions that you pointed out yesterday, Chad, but that I was trying to get you to say, but I'll say it in a second here. Yeah. Willie Drew corner who we signed was a 2024 undrafted player we signed today. Yeah, and it's just another camp body. It's another camp body. This is my concern with this. Why are we wasting our roster spots on camp bodies for evaluation when, look, we found our two guys. It's Boodle and Lamar Jackson, but Lamar Jackson somehow has some magical injury out of nowhere. And it's just like, you got to wonder what's going on here. So you could spin this like a few different ways. And none of those looks are good looks for Canales right now, especially after that 2 minutes of that game. So, shout out Timothy Thomas. How is your number one wide receiver looking? Well,
It's looking like
Deontay Johnson was named starter. So XL is still not healthy yet, so we're looking at Deontay Johnson. And Deontay Johnson had a pretty good camp. He looked good in the 2 preseason games. I'm not going to say great, but good for sure. Like he's ready for the regular season, but would I put him at number 1 on our depth chart? No. Mingo and TMJ would be battling for number 1 behind Thielen. But Thielen right now has earned it. Obviously, he's the veteran. He's played well. He's got great hands. He's just done everything we've asked him to do. So the number 2 battles between TMJ and Mingo for me, and then it would definitely be the battle between XL and Deontay Johnson. That's how I look at the depth chart. And I mean, it's flip flop from how everybody else sees it. Granted, and I'm used to that. But I've always had that out of the box opinion. It's always been that way, and I've received so much flack for it every year. But it is what it is. Yeah, Chad, are you still here, man?
Yeah, it looks like he lost connection or he had to bounce or something.
Okay. I'll say the point that he was going to say that I was trying to get him to say. The players' union right now is run by the older players, so these guys have yet to still be paid by the league. So they have more control than they think they do, and they're running everybody into the ground, and Roger Goodell refuses to check them, and consider this a game of chess, okay? You've got Roger Goodell who refuses to check the king right now.
Right.
And it's becoming a problem because all the younger players are their salaries are only getting higher. The trades are going out of control, and for example, the quarterback trades, Deshaun Watson trade and the Matthew Stafford trade, that's where the quarterback trade value system just went out the window. So you got millions and millions of dollars, like $250 million. Like, what? For Deshaun Watson? Like, this is insane. And the players' union is just like, we don't care as long as we get paid.
Yeah, pretty much.
And where does that leave everybody else? That is like, oh, we want to play. Well, too bad, so sad. The union controls everything. It's like, now hold on. You guys aren't at the end all be all here. The league is still in control.
Right.
Coaches are still in control of their rosters. So let's back that up a second. You know what I'm saying? Like the younger players that want to get more involved need to start speaking up towards these older players that are not getting paid and say, look, this is our league now. We are actively in uniform. We are getting paid. We are getting hit on this football field.
Yes.
Therefore, we are the ones that have a voice right now, overpowering you. You guys are retired. You aren't playing anymore. You know, yes, we recognize that you're not getting paid enough. We'll vouch for that. But is that our main concern right now? No. Because the NFL has decided, no, we're going to keep changing preseason up, from like 4 games down to 3 games. And it's like nobody values the preseason for what the heck it actually is anymore. Like I said, the point of preseason is not just to find your 53-man roster, but to find quality players and prepare these guys for the regular season. It's both. And people aren't understanding this. To the NFL and the Players Union, it's just dollar bills. Nobody cares. As long as they get paid, and they're not getting paid, so who cares about preseason, right? They're going to do the same thing with the Pro Bowl. Watch. The Pro Bowl is going to be washed out to sea. Nobody's going to care about the Pro Bowl. And the point is, like, the Pro Bowl was never worth anything to begin with. It's basically just a vacation to Hawaii.
Yeah.
That's essentially what it is. So yeah, these guys are getting rewarded for what they're doing, but at the same time, it's like, is it really a reward? These guys have millions of dollars. They could just fly over to Hawaii whenever they want. So my whole thing is like, okay, why take the Pro Bowl seriously? But the interesting thing is, when I was watching the Pro Bowl about like 10, 12 years ago, they had the skills challenges,
Yeah.
Keep this in mind. You had like all these quality players like Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, all these people that were participating in these skills challenges, during the Pro Bowl. And you thought, okay, well, yeah, this is worth watching. I'm going to tune in for this. And then you get to the actual Pro Bowl game and it's just a game of flag football. Essentially. Yeah. These guys don't try hard. They don't hit each other hard. And it's just like, okay, why are you out here? So,
yeah, because I remember, it's got to the point where it was either flag football.
At that point, why not just give them their accolades and just move on? Don't even suit them up.
Pretty much. Because you couldn't go for a sack, or you couldn't.
It's like trying to put together like an all Madden team and then having to play flag football. Mm-hmm. It's like, what is even the point? You're playing Dude, I've played in neighborhood football games where we tackle way harder than they ever did in Pro Bowl, and we didn't even wear pads.
Oh yeah, good old tackle.
Yeah,
football.
And people have gotten shoulder injuries, collarbone injuries, you name it, neighborhood injury. And it's like, if this is what the Pro Bowl is now, why even have it? Just give them their accolades, give them an award or something and just send them on their way. But preseason is different. Preseason is preparation for the regular season. You can't just phase that out and act like it's just not important. It's the complete 180 polar opposite. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people is, that's why these live game reps matter. It's not just, practice reps. It's practice for the regular season. Yes, it's practice for the regular season, but it's different. It's a game day experience. Just like the regular season is a game day experience. These live reps matter during games.
Right.
The only way you're going to understand if you learned anything in those practices is to face an actual live opponent that is not your own teammates. That's why we have joint practices. That's why I was in favor of those. I'm never not going to be in favor of those. In fact, I think we should have more of those. That would make training camp more lively, to be honest. Towards the last week. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. I'm down for that. It shows me and everybody else, especially the coaches, what have you learned throughout training camp? Are you able to apply that? Are you able to put that into a regular season game?
Right.
During live game reps? So these live game reps are that important. Like, you can't just take away live game reps and say, oh, well, these guys are liabilities now. It's like, no, whoa. For 30 years, nobody has treated these guys like glass. Now all of a sudden we're treating them like glass. What the heck happened? What's the difference? Oh, you can't use the excuse of, oh, they're making millions of dollars, because they've been making millions of dollars for plenty of years. You can't use the excuse of, oh, Bryce Young could get hit. Bryce Young. We used that excuse last year. Look at Bryce Young now. So you can't use that excuse. I'm not buying that one. There is no crutch you can use besides the players' union themselves that justifies this. I'm sorry, there's just none. Ladies and gentlemen, recognize the difference between a reason and an excuse. Please recognize the difference. Okay, when we were struggling at quarterback for about 2 to 3 years, that was a legitimate reason, because the offensive line was trash. If the offensive line does not do their job, the quarterback is not going to be able to do their job either. They're going to struggle. They're going to be running for their life. And everybody wants to blame the quarterback. Oh, we need a new quarterback. No. How about we fix the offensive line, which we failed to do for 7 years up until Scott Fitterer came along. Credit to Scott Fitterer for finally doing something about it and saying, look, this has got to stop. This is the source of the problem. Nobody wanted to address the source of the problem. They wanted to put a Band-Aid on a gaping wound for 7 years. This is why this offensive starting line needs these reps. I don't care about injuries. Injuries are part of the game. Now, yes, the goal is to try to prevent as many injuries as possible during preseason, but you can only prevent so many. Some of these are football-related injuries. You can't do anything about that. The turf, on the other hand, yes, you can. Mr. Tapper, I'm calling you out for yet another live stream. Do something about the turf. I'm going to keep doing this every stream until you do something about it.
To get that turf changed out.
I'm going to keep doing it. I don't care if it costs me an application process for a job in Charlotte. He's got to wake up and realize this is not acceptable. This is causing player injuries. You can't just treat these guys like they're just names on a page or a number on a page. They're human beings. They are people. They can get injured too. But at the same time, you can't be a coward and not play these players. And yes, Dave Canales, yes, I am labeling you a coward at this point. Prove me wrong. And until you prove me wrong, I'm going to continue to call you a coward. Because you were a coward during the 2 minutes of that game during the Jets game. You're a coward for not playing the starters and giving them the live reps that they need to be prepared for the regular season. And after 0-3 start in the regular season, if we go 0-3, I don't want to hear it from the peanut gallery, from everybody else saying, oh, these guys weren't ready. These guys weren't ready. Well, why do you think they weren't ready? I don't know. Because you didn't give them the live reps during the preseason. Nobody wants to admit when I'm right. Nobody wants to give me credit when I'm dead on target with this stuff. And And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sit back and watch.
Well, it's like I said, you can't underestimate chemistry.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but sometimes I got to be that guy, and I got to throw that smoke, and I got to throw that tough love to wake people up, man. Because, and I hate to do this, but my track record has been very, very solid. And just about every time I've said something like that, it's come true. I don't like admitting that it's true, but it is. Somebody's got to have the balls to call it out. Somebody's got to have the backbone. And I do. I don't care what people say. People don't like it. Too bad. So sad. Throw a pity party. But when we go 0-3, I don't want to hear about the fact that, oh, we're 0-3 because they're just. Stop making excuses. You know what's at stake here. The first game is against the Saints. The Saints. We cannot afford to lose that game starting out the season. That's why I'm looking at Dave Canales like, what are you doing, bro? Like, where is your spine? And I'm seeing two different sides of Dave Canales now, to where I'm like, okay, which side is the real side of Dave Canales? Is it the side where he goes and turns a rainy day practice into an object lesson about turnovers, which I'm proud of him for, because no other coach has ever done that in the history of Carolina. Not John Fox, not Ron Rivera, definitely not Matt Rule and Frank Wright. Not even Steve Wilkes did that. Okay, or is this the Dave Canales that says, "Oh, woe is me, we're down 9 points. This game doesn't matter. Oh, we're gonna lose." Okay, well, if you do that during the regular season and we go 0-3, we have opportunities to win. I don't want to hear it. That's an excuse, good sir. That's an excuse.
Because if we have the opportunity to get off to a fast start, especially the regular season, we should take that opportunity.
And everybody's going to come to his rescue and give him a crush to stand on and excuses to stand on. And it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. I don't want to hear that. It's I don't want to hear the words it's just preseason either. I don't want to hear that either. Preseason is there for a reason. It's not just there to sell tickets. It's not a popularity contest. It's not a beauty pageant.
Either that or Dave Canales has one heck of a poker face.
Hey, sorry guys, I'm back now.
Hey, you made it. Welcome back.
I couldn't get back in. My phone died and it wouldn't let me back in, but I got
There's no
Cool deal.
like
Good stuff.
which Dave Canales are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with the Jackal or are we dealing with the High? Which one are we dealing with here? And I hate to be that guy, but we're 90% of the time, we've seen the Dave Canales that's been a man of action and done everything he's supposed to do, and now he's just like, oh, woe is me, we're down 9 points, let's just give up on the game. Let's not use any timeouts, let's run some basic draw plays. And then you got the running back that says, we're not done yet. What are you doing? What's the matter with you? I'm gonna run over this whole dog on defense and I'm gonna prove you wrong. We ain't done yet.
Well, we also know.
That's the attitude we need in Carolina.
Well, I think that I'm chiming in late on this conversation because mishaps with technology, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think that Canals has set the precedent that we're going to run the ball. I mean, Chuba Hubbard
And
for almost 1,000 yards last year with a terrible offensive line. no coaching
I
at all.
understand that.
Yeah,
And
that is
I
true.
think, and and I think this year, Miles Sanders honestly has had a fantastic camp. Um, he's played well in the preseason, and this is a guy that was something special with Philly.
But
And
before you get
here
into
comes.
Miles Sanders, I got a counter for that because when you get into 2 minutes, and you start running draw plays and ISO plays, that pretty much says, "Oh, I give up." You know, after you're down 9 points, you're down 10 points. And you're in a position where you can still come back and try out the onside kick rule. There's no reason why you should be running draws and ISOs when you could pass the ball, short part pass yardage, out routes, use the sideline, use the clock, use the timeouts, do something, you know?
I agree. I
And
agree, but I think at the same
and
time
I
we're not showing.
understand that we have a running game. And he's committed to the running game. I get that. That's one thing. But inside of 2 minutes, and you got a bad O line that's been bad the whole game. That's not giving him any help, and the running back's just got to do it on his own. He's trying to run over the whole defense on his own. You can't just say,
I
"Oh,
agree.
well, I'm going to rely on the running back to run over half the defense and get a touchdown." Well, he did,
Sure.
but he did it on his own.
I
He did.
also
He didn't
think
do it just
I
because the
also
coach said do it. He
I
did it
also
on his
think
own.
that preseason we're not showing any of the playbooks. We're not
Right.
showing any of what I mean. We also
And
got to think,
again,
man.
that's
Canales Canales really did. I mean, he made. Look at the money that Canales has made for Geno Smith, the money that he's made for Baker Mayfield. That wasn't because those guys made it themselves.
Hmm.
That's because of the system that he was in, and that's a Canales system. And I think that Canales is playing it smart to some extent. We
he's
shouldn't
making
see that
himself look
guy.
like a hypocrite.
But at the same time, I think at the same where he's made quarterbacks that were not not. I mean, Baker Mayfield, man. I mean, let's be real. Baker Mayfield last year had a great year. Geno
Yeah.
Smith had a great year,
Okay,
and
I'll
what
I
happens if
think
he
that
doesn't with Bryce though?
well, I mean, well, there's
What
that
happens if
for
that
sure.
fails?
well,
It's going to be the same thing as Frank Reich because Frank Reich is not a
Exactly.
bad coach.
and see,
Yes, he
I actually
is.
like Frank
He's
Reich,
terrible.
but Frank Reich was always Frank Reich did
Uh,
not want Bryce Young. He wanted C.J. Stroud, and my opinion,
yeah,
I wanted C.J. Stroud too at the beginning.
Frank was
Um,
trash.
but
That man
but
is the
Frank
best car
Reich
salesman in the NFL. Prove me wrong.
but he has done things with big quarterbacks. And when you give a coach who's used to having 6'2", 6'3" quarterbacks, and now all of a sudden you're giving him a 5'10" quarterback that's undersized, it's not
I'm
hitting
not
him
hating the
right.
man. I'm
It's
just
not
saying
assisting.
what's a fact.
No, I get it. I get it. But I mean, the guy's done well. I mean, we watched him do well in Indy. Um, and Canales has done well with under what was supposed to be underperformed quarterbacks. And when you can turn, because honestly, man, Geno Smith
Uh,
was only good in his career under Canales. And Baker Mayfield had a good year with Cleveland. Um, Honestly, he
you
showed
can
some
understand
flashes
my
here.
concern though,
Oh,
because
oh, totally. But I mean,
uh,
I'm not,
we don't want
I'm
another
not a,
year of another Frank or another Matt Rule.
and
Like
to be
no,
and, and to be honest, like I can definitely see both sides, and I think, and Corey,
Frank was
let me know,
awful.
let me know if I'm hitting on your point. But and don't get me wrong. Right now, I'm not going to be overly critical on Dave Canales. This is his first head coaching gig.
Right.
But
with
I
a team that is in such a disarray from the mess over the
I
last
just
three
have
to four
questions.
years.
That's all.
right.
Well,
And
I mean, there's going to be
concerns.
questions, but this team has gone through. You know, we've gone from head coaches and offensive coordinators like underwear, and
Things like
Yeah.
these.
I think there's actually, we don't want to hear this because Rule said it numerous times and no one wants to hear it. You got to believe in the system. Um, there was
What
never a
system?
system.
Matt Rule had no system. Frank had
Well,
no
that's
system.
that's that's what I'm saying. They didn't have a system. I think there is a system, and I believe there's a system in place right now to where we have to try. Honestly, and it sucks because I mean it wouldn't matter, dude. If we would have had it, last year, it wouldn't have mattered. We could have had Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, or whoever at quarterback. We would have still been the same team we were, and
Exactly.
So
maybe
so
maybe a win or two better. But I think
Best car
now
salesman in the NFL. Frank.
we actually have a
Frank the Clown.
system now. And Matt Rule really, in my opinion, Matt Rule screwed this whole thing up. Tepper was way too involved. If he
well
stays out of it, and
he gave him too many years to start off with, if you ask me.
oh, absolutely, with who Matt
And
Rule?
and
Yeah.
this is
Oh,
another
oh,
example
dude,
of like
yeah. I mean,
how critical these draft
yes,
picks are. Because if you screw
yeah,
these up, they can hit you 3, 4 years down the road. And we're
But
that's
still
right,
feeling the
and I
impact of
agree.
it.
But I
but
think
We're
I think
still feeling the
Canales,
impact.
I think Canales is, I think Canales is on the right page. We have the right coaches here. I think that we have a strong team coming. The players love playing here. And we're talking about players that's been here for a
Yeah.
few years.
yeah.
They are actually really happy with the way camp has gone, practice has gone. Does players like Thielen want to play preseason? Absolutely, he does. These guys want to play,
Yeah.
but we know we know who our starters are going to be, and yes, we should play them. In my opinion, we should get some reps out there in a hit game atmosphere. But I think at the same time, we are trying to preserve what little bit of cap room that he had to play with,
hmm
Mm-hmm.
and what Dan Morgan had to play with, because they came into a shit fire and took over this team with very little cap room. We had to build the offensive line. We built the offensive line. We had to make that trade with Burns, or we could have signed him. We could have signed Burns, but then if we would have signed
Hold on
Burns,
a second.
I think
So
I think I think we made the right decision not signing Burns because Burns is great, but at the same
I'm
time,
not bashing Canales. I'm saying that these are legitimate concerns
so
oh, it
so
is.
because
so
things
so
like
hold on.
Burns,
this become patterns,
So
dude,
very
here's the
bad patterns.
I lived through the George Seifert days, and everybody thought that was going to be the greatest hire in
oh
Panthers history.
You
ew.
can recognize the signals in preseason
And
But
Seifert,
before they
man.
become patterns.
but
Basically, Seifert was nothing better than what Bill Walsh made him.
so
So, I think we're on the right path. I think Canales is the right coach because he's young.
I do agree with that.
He's he's got this
Yeah,
momentum and the positivity. The players like him, even the elders like the
yeah,
Shaq Thompsons and the older guys. And there's
A-
something to be
and
said there because even Miles Sanders is like it's a whole different atmosphere than what it was
right,
last year. Because last
right.
year it was like going to work. Say you worked at a restaurant and it was like, oh well, Corey, Jason, you guys are
I did read
awesome,
the
man.
comments.
I
mhm.
I
mean,
just haven't gotten
can
to
you
them yet.
can you guys go? I know you got to cook the food and serve the food, but can you go shop the food as well? I mean,
Exactly,
That's a
the real
that's a
Sunchild
good
is constructive criticism.
that's a good analogy, Chad. That's a good analogy.
it's like, dude, you got to do
We're
it
trying to
right.
give tough love. You know what I mean?
So so to so the point that I was that I wanted to make, and this is with Dave Canales. Like, number one, I appreciate the fact that
Noted
is willing
respectfully.
is willing to take on, like, right now, a franchise that's in its complete worst state.
That's
Because
right.
Yeah.
let's
Mm-hmm.
keep it real. I'm pretty sure he could have had offers anywhere else, but he chose Carolina.
Yep.
That's already a big step on taking
He,
such a huge
Yep.
responsibility. So I
you're
Yeah.
give him
right, Jason.
Yeah.
I
He's taken a challenge that I
Yeah.
think that he thinks that he can actually change this team,
yeah,
and
and
and and, and
that's
that's how you become a great person is or a great coach or great at any job is to walk in there and say, you know what, I don't want the shit handed to me. I don't want,
right,
and pardon my French, I don't want to walk in and say, oh, you're going to give me this.
right,
And because let's see how that's working for for New England right now. It's not working very freaking good for New England right now. You walked into
Right.
good
Belichick,
point.
and you walked into New England, and you did get to draft Drake May, but you also have other quarterbacks there. But but Belichick he's one of a kind, and I hate Belichick. But at the same time, you are now you are now compared to who? Bill Belichick, where Dave Canales comes in and he can start this whole thing
Right.
on his own
Mm-hmm.
and do what he wants to do and make it his way and actually have that 3 year optimistic punch that he can put in there, which was supposed to be Matt Rule. Because let's think about it. Matt Rule was a great talker when he first came in, but Matt Rule was not a great coach. Is he a great college coach? He's pretty damn good at college, but college coaches do not
The
transform.
record that he showed in when he went back to college proves otherwise.
Well,
I
Five
that's
wins.
because he went to a downfall in Nebraska. But if we look at what he
Dude,
did
if you
in
can't win
other
five
schools,
games, more than 5 games with Nebraska in
hey,
that conference, you are trash.
Nebraska, yeah, but
Sorry,
Nebraska hasn't been
but
good
it's true.
in 30
Nebraska
years. I
barely
mean,
plays anybody for most of the year. 75% of their games are
you're right, you're
cupcakes.
right, and he still
You
talks
can't win
big
five
shit.
games or more. Come on, man.
But what he did at the two colleges he coached before he went pro is what got him this job in the pros. One thing I like about Canales is
Uh,
Canales is coached in the pros, and he has a proven track record with quarterbacks and offenses, and
yeah,
he actually has a game plan. You can't translate college to NFL.
that's
It
correct.
just never works. I mean, Nick Saban quit before he even got hired. I mean,
yep,
these guys can't do it, man. It's just Jimmy Johnson was able to transfer from college to pro. Pete Carroll succeeded from college to pro.
hmm
Jim Harbaugh, we don't know whether he's going to be able to do it or not because right now it's not looking very damn good for Jim Harbaugh either because this guy doesn't even have a quarterback. I mean,
right. So
he's he's sitting over there in Vegas like maybe I shouldn't have taken this job instead of Michigan. I mean, but he's old enough in his career where it doesn't really matter. But you look at like someone like Canales. What we wanted is what we got, and we wanted a young guy with a fiery NFL track record, and his track record is pretty damn good when it's coming from Seattle. I mean, he comes from the Pete Carroll coaching tree. He went to Tampa Bay, and yes, even though it was in a shit conference that we're in right now, he turned Baker Mayfield into something that Matt Rule or Frank Reich couldn't do, and he's got a game plan and it's penciled out. It's inked in pretty much.
The
Yeah.
And
the players improved, but the
So
team overall didn't.
I didn't get a chance to finish my point. Let me finish my point. So with Dave Canellis, like I said, big responsibility that he's taking on. And number one, it's a responsibility that we as fans cannot underestimate. We got to remember where this team is coming from, the worst of the worst. Number one.
that's right.
Number
Hmm.
two, number two, I like Dave Canales' energy. He's bringing that
Yeah,
energy, and at the same time, there's still going to be that question of, can he successfully, or not can he? I won't, let me rephrase that. Will he end up successfully making the transition from coordinator to a great head coach? We are about to find out. It starts this year. Now, my whole thing with Dave Canales, and it's like I said before in the group chat, I'm not going to say he's done anything, that warrants me personally to be super critical of him. But there are a few things that's kind of making me go, huh, what was that? For
Things that
example,
make you
exactly.
go,
for for
yeah,
exa- for example, this past game, the time management, you
Yep.
know, let's be real. Let's keep it a buck.
Hmm.
Many could argue that number one with the time management, and number two, not really opening up the playbook. What is that going to remind fans of? Something that happened a season ago. Frank
Exactly.
Reich. I hate to say
well,
it, but
yeah, but
It
it's not
needs to be
too
said
many
the
of the
right
same
word.
plays.
yeah,
Everybody's using the same. If you run a 4-3, you're running the same defense plays. If you're running a 3-4, you're running the same plays. If you're running this offense, you're running the same plays.
Exactly.
Everybody's running the exact same plays across the board. And I think we can all three agree on that
yeah,
is
Hmm.
nobody's opening up a playbook in preseason because you would kind of be stupid to, but at the same time, you're out there just to get XYZ receivers open, and that's what it's supposed to be. And no one's everybody's running the same playbook. Whether we could play 5 preseason games and we're still not opening up the playbook. I mean,
yeah. And
Yeah.
and no team is, I mean, even teams that have an open playbook like Buffalo or the Chiefs. I mean, we've got we've got
and,
Patrick Mahomes throwing behind the back passes just because it's not in. That's not in the playbook. I mean, that's just him out
and
there being a shortstop.
and
Right.
the thing is, like, one thing that I wanted to point out, it's like, do we have to really open up the playbook in order to get more than 61 passing yards? It's like, come on now. Like,
I get it. Yeah, for
and
sure. But at the same time, we're not playing starters on the offensive line. We're not playing starters. We're playing TMJ and Mingo, but we're not playing Thielen and
but
Johnson out there, and we're not playing Chuba Hubbard.
but
And
the thing,
those,
we can't, but we still can't get more than 61 total passing yards in the game, though.
hey, the Jets couldn't get more than 85. So, I mean, it's like against our third, fourth string defense. I mean, I will say this: the Jets actually played more of their starters than we did. We had 38 non,
I,
inactives the other day. It's like the most in like history. The
yeah,
Jets actually came out and played the first half. They had some starters out there. They didn't have, Aaron
eh,
Rodgers. They didn't have
true, and,
they didn't have, Brees Hall, which we
Right.
shut
and
down. We
and
shut Brees
Right.
Hall
and
down
that's
in practice.
and that's a and I understand that. But what side of the ball has Carolina struggled on for the past couple of seasons?
Offense, for
Bingo.
sure.
It's the
I mean, it's
offense.
offense. That's
So,
right. Yeah,
like, and you got to remember, for the fans, this is a what have you done for me lately league.
it is. It is.
Exactly.
But you know what? At the same time, if I mean, put yourself in as a coach. Are you doing it for the fans in preseason, or are you doing it for the fans in the regular season? Because he's
I'm doing it for
probably
both.
tuning. Well, he's probably tuning everything out with the fans right now
which is
because
understandable. Which is understandable.
he's trying to build his own thing right now, which is, I mean, he's trying to he's trying to build his own system. He's trying to do his own thing, and right now it really doesn't matter what it does, but it doesn't because the fans. I mean, preseason. I mean, let's be real. Preseason since preseason has gone to a shorter preseason and a longer regular season, preseason really doesn't mean a whole lot anymore except for
It
getting
does though.
your roster going because but it
It's
hasn't.
more than just that.
The last 3 or 4 years, preseason has
Don't
been
don't
the
give me the
worst
last
football.
3 to 4 years nonsense. These guys are playing the starters to get ready for the regular season. It's not just building your roster for the 53-man roster depth chart. It's both. Like
It
you
used to
can't.
be,
No, it still is. It still is. Why are people doing this though? It makes no
but
sense.
but it's
Now
like
you now
fifty
you got
fifty right
now
now.
you got coaches that are treating these players like glass. What's changed? Since when do these players get treated like glass? Oh, because they're making millions of dollars. They were already making millions of dollars before this. What's changed? Nothing. Not a damn thing.
But what's our number one problem? You would say with the Panthers is depth, right?
Yeah, but you have to have the starters ready for the regular season
But
too.
but
Otherwise,
but
you
we
go
have
0-3 right out of the gate. And I don't want to
or
hear the
you
excuses when we go 0-3
or you don't. I get it, but at the same time, is you come out and you watch, Aaron Rodgers come out and tears Achilles week 1. I mean, you got to have some depth because that ruined the entire Jets year last year. I mean, these guys struggle
That's
because they
part of
have
the
no depth.
game. Injuries are
I
part of the game.
agree.
That's not an that's an
It is part of the
excuse.
game, but we
That's
do
an
not
excuse.
need. We do, It's not an excuse. We're at the point
It
now where
absolutely
why?
is.
How many times this week have we preached about injuries that we've already had
The
happen?
rest of the league is
Like,
dealing with it too. It's not just
I
us,
mean,
dude.
Gabe, we lost Gabe for 6 weeks, and
Oh,
we've lost two secondary
name a
players.
Panthers healthy quarterback that we've had during the regular season. During 2016 to 2018.
I mean,
My point exactly.
do you
It's part of
remember
the
a few
game
years? Do you remember a few years ago, Cam Newton only played 3 series total in preseason? 3 series total in the
because he
entire
was ready.
preseason.
Because he was
Well,
ready.
we didn't know he was ready, and he wasn't ready. He came out and he got hurt by Pittsburgh, and he was done,
Because
and his
Pittsburgh
career
was
was
a
done.
because our offensive line let these guys through and he got murdered.
I believe it was what T.J. Watt that hit him
Yeah, it
off
was
the
Yeah,
off
and
the
T.J.
let's not
Watt.
act
Yeah.
like we don't know that TJ Watt is a monster on the field.
Oh yeah, for sure. But what I'm saying
So our offensive linemen were outmatched. That's a reason why Cam couldn't perform.
well,
There's
that's
a
right, and
difference. Know the difference between a reason and an excuse. The stuff
well,
that
no, it's
that
not. There's not a reason and excuse. Here's the problem: is we have built the offensive line, we have built the defense. We lack depth. We have to build depth, and we have to see who can make this team.
you
And I'm
can't
not
just
making
build depth
I'm
overnight
not
in one
I'm
year.
not making I'm not making an excuse. Well, we're definitely not going to win 10 games this year if anybody thinks that
Definitely not.
because
Yeah, that's what we
that is
agree
asinine. What we should win,
on.
I would say successful this year is 7 to 9 wins is a successful season. 6 to
Mhm.
8, 7 to 9.
I'm dialing
And
back
I
to
would
six
say
to seven because of the offensive
I
line
mean
depth.
6 to 8 even on defensive depth. I mean our cornerback situation. You know,
I
everything
give
else.
respect to all the players that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and that's why I'm saying 6 to 7. But at the same time, like if I wasn't giving respect to that, then I would have said 4 to 5. You know what I mean?
So if we were going to try to come out and win 10 games this year, like
That
Buffalo
it's
or
not.
Cincinnati or someone, then yes, I would say we definitely need to have starters out there. If the coaching
Yeah.
staff is saying, if they say they're in the back of their mind, they're thinking we're going to be a 7-win team this year,
Mhm.
8 at best, and let's keep it real. Why are we going to hurt franchise players on the team? Then I understand that as well. Do I want to see these guys play? Absolutely.
Hmm.
But it's like Steve Smith said today in an interview, preseason is turned into now. It is all about who's going to make the roster and who's not.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
yes, you should
then
have
let's just start
players.
the season right now with no experience with the starters, and let's see how
Well,
that goes.
that's basically what they're doing is because the
Yeah.
NFL's
Let's
got
see how
teams
that
this year.
goes. That puts us at 0-3 right out of the gate because these guys have had zero live game reps.
So is half the league.
I mean, I understand that
That's half the
that.
league already at a detriment, and that's their own fault. Just like it's our own fault for
I
not
mean,
putting them out there.
But
at
half the but the better teams in the league have depth.
That's why
And
they don't go 0-3 starting out the season.
well, because they have depth, but we're in a situation right now where we could just
No,
figure out
it's not
squad
just
depth.
the fact that they've got depth. It's the fact that they actually started their starters and put them in live game reps. They prepared
How
them
many?
properly.
How much has Dak Prescott played?
Okay, even if you get a 2-1,
I'll look
How
into
much
start,
is
that.
that's better than 0-3.
how much is
I'll
that?
look into that. I'll look into that.
Dak hasn't played yet.
Oh,
CD
he
Lamb
hasn't
There are
played.
hasn't
there are
stepped.
a couple of
No,
those players that
CD Lamb has not stepped on the field yet. The
there are a
Pittsburgh
handful of
Steelers are
those
still trying.
players I will grant you
The
that
Steelers are still trying to figure out who's going to
that
be
are
starting quarterback,
already game ready for
and
regular season.
they know it's
You
going to be
know,
Russell. Russell hasn't stepped on the field yet. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
Steelers.
it's between Russell and Justin Fields, right?
Yes, Justin Fields has played, but Russell has not played.
I'll
No,
grant
Um,
you
not
there's a
not
handful
not
of
he
those
played.
players
He
that
played.
are regular
No,
season
no, 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 no. Hold up,
ready.
hold up. He played. Russell Wilson did play. He played in the Buffalo game.
he played one series.
Oh,
But
was it
most
one
of them are
series?
not.
Okay.
One series, yeah, he played 4 downs, and then he
Oh,
left
okay.
the game.
Gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha.
and so I mean, the only teams that have played players is Buffalo has played Josh Allen, but the reason Buffalo's played Josh Allen is because their backups are all hurt. I mean, they have to play somebody. And now that Trubisky's out for multiple weeks, Josh Allen's probably going to play against us this week, which also is going to end up being a matchup with us. So I would like to think that we would probably say, okay, if Josh Allen's going to play, 3 or 4
Which was the
here,
next man up mentality. That's how it's always
then
been.
then then maybe we play Bryce this week because it's also who you're going up against. You're not going to throw your guys out there against. You also got to think your third and fourth string guys are terrible tacklers that come in and hit in the knees and take
If they're
away
not
tackles.
ready, then they're not ready. They need reps. If they are ready, then they don't need the reps. It's that simple.
So
I
I
mean,
get.
I
So with that being said, the only thing I guess now that we can do is, I guess, trust that Dave Canales believes that they're ready. Like, however that might look, because I mean, at the
Why
same
doesn't
time,
he just come out and say it then?
be, and that's a good question. We don't know, but I don't know if this is just one of those things that he's just learning as the head coach part of it. Because let's keep it real. We can boast about him as much as we want about him being ready, him deserving this opportunity. The role is here now, and
Yeah.
it doesn't just come like that instantly. He's gonna have to figure out the kinks and work on the things that he didn't get an opportunity to do in those other roles. I mean, he's going to be managing a squad, a complete squad, head
Yeah.
coach, something he's never done before. So
Yeah.
there's going to
Yeah.
be some kinks he's going to work out. And while it might look abnormal, I'll say that it looks abnormal. At the end of the day, it's either gonna work out or it's not. My whole concern is like it's gonna be really difficult if we don't come out like with a fast start this
we're
season.
gonna we're gonna have to come out with a fast start if we're gonna, if we're planning on playoffs. If we're planning on this being a rebuild, which I think we all agree we're pretty much in right now, then you
Playoffs?
can't
Playoffs? Who said anything about
playoffs.
playoffs?
Right,
Playoffs?
exactly.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
These coaches are just
I
concerned about
mean,
just making it through this year. Dave Canales said it
right,
himself. It came right out of the horse's
yeah.
mouth.
So that's why we don't want injuries. And if we do start out 0-3 and we still win six,
But
seven
these guys
games,
still need the experience.
well, I do agree with that. They're going to get the experience. They're going to get it. It's just you're not getting it in the preseason like we used to. And if they keep adding games,
Uh,
if they go to the 18 games like they're
why are
talking
we
about for
following
next
the
season,
trend?
if they go to the
Stop
18
following
games
the
like they're talking
trends.
about for next year, then guess what? There's going to be two players don't even want to play preseason. And unfortunately, that's the way it is. Look at the NBA. These play you got
Okay, some of
LeBron
these
James.
players are ready
You
for the
got
regular
LeBron
season. Some of them are not
you got LeBron
without reps.
James. You got LeBron James that only plays out of 82 games. LeBron James only plays about 60. And this guy makes how much money? And he plays 60 games a
Not
year.
everybody's a
I mean,
superstar.
I don't even
Would,
really
would,
consider LeBron a superstar. I mean, he is a
Not
superstar. Don't
everybody
get me
is.
wrong,
Not
I'm not.
everybody is
but
regular season ready
but
coming out
you
of
know
preseason
he's not the goat in my opinion, and that's my opinion.
or going
But
into it. Sorry.
it's
Jordan.
also Jordan's the GOAT.
Yeah,
Jordan
Jordan.
played every year. He played with the flu. He played with everything. And when he was the owner of the Hornets, he was like, "We're playing every game. I don't care who you are or how much you make."
Right.
But that's the way
Yeah.
sports have gotten now. And NBA, I could take my kid to go see the Lakers versus the Hornets, and guess who's not playing? LeBron James isn't playing. Anthony Davis isn't playing. And it's like, oh, it's a rest night. We got to take a rest. It's like I don't get to take a rest from my job.
And then
I
you've
mean,
wasted $150 on a ticket for just watching the two teams play each other instead of watching
exactly,
the superstars, which you came out to see.
exactly, and that's across the board. And
That's
you
why
don't
people
see
aren't coming for preseason anymore
well,
because
yeah,
they
but
come
I
out for
mean,
the super. Like,
but you know what? Those tickets are still sold, Corey. Those tickets are still sold.
how
NFL
many
is still.
though? How many though?
Hey, I
That's
tell you
why
this.
people are complaining because they said, "Oh,
Here's
preseason doesn't
here's
matter because we're not getting ticket sales." All they see is dollar signs, bro.
well, oh, absolutely. The NFL is the most crooked out of any sport there is,
And that's
and
all the players union sees too.
play play. If you look at if you're gonna play, you buy the MLB package. It's $180. Is how much for the NFL ticket? Almost $400
Who is going to pay
17 games.
$400 for that garbage?
Oh, you'd be
Everybody pays
surprised. You'd
it.
be surprised, Corey. You would be
Yeah,
surprised.
everybody pays for the NFL ticket. It's four
Oh
hundred
my
bucks, and
lord.
everybody pays for
I
it.
don't pay for it.
You
17.
you would be surprised. That's why they have
Yeah,
so. That's why they have so many deals
Okay,
with different.
well, I'm not everybody, so don't put me in with everybody.
yeah. I'm
Well,
not
no.
either.
I'm just saying, like it, it draws attention. It definitely draws
And
attention. That's why. So
if they sell tickets like the Panthers game the other night on a preseason game,
Okay, the Pro Bowl
if
sells
there was
tickets too, but the Pro Bowl means
if there
absolutely
was
jack nothing anymore.
if there was 15,000 people at the Panthers game, the other night. And I don't know exactly
Preseason
how
games
many
actually have
people
a
there,
purpose.
but you know what? If there was 15,000 people there, 60,000 tickets were still sold.
If we were talking about the
The
Pro
people
Bowl, then
weren't
you'd
there.
have an argument because the Pro Bowl has become a joke.
Oh, the Pro Bowl's the Pro Bowl is the worst
That's what we're
NFL
talking
game
about.
ever. I
But
mean,
the
I'm
preseason
saying
still has a
preseason.
the preseason still has a purpose. That's why people come out to see this because they want to see who's
But you
going to
still,
make the roster. They
but you
want to
still don't
see.
see. There was probably, if I had to guess, there was probably in a
Did you
sixty
notice how
thousand.
many people bought tickets to the preseason and then they leave after halftime?
Well, here's the thing:
That
the
stadium
tickets
is
are already,
empty after halftime, bro.
the
And it's
tickets
not
are
because of the
still
traffic.
the tickets are already sold.
That is,
There was
yeah,
60.
that is a fair
There's
point.
PSLs. The tickets are already sold. There was
We're not
sixty
talking about
thousand.
we're not talking about PSLs. We're talking about
I'm
general
talking.
admission seats.
I'm talking about the NFL. Is if it's going to be on TV, the NFL is going to make money. And if there was 20,000 people at the Panthers game Saturday night, there was 63,000 tickets still sold. They don't give a damn. They don't care about you or me
Exactly. They
or
don't
my
care.
kid or whatever because the NFL monopolizes everything. I have talked
But
to
the point
DirecTV about why is it so much for
preseason is still preseason though, bro. You're
that.
still trying to
I agree.
make the 53-man roster. You're still trying to get your players ready for the regular season,
Hey, the
regardless of how
people that
much
were out,
money the NFL makes
and
or
I'll tell
doesn't
you
make.
the only reason I was at that game Saturday night was to evaluate who's going to make the roster. I knew that we weren't going to have Bryce Young. I knew we weren't going to play any of these guys. I was there to watch Jamie Robinson. I was there to watch
That would be me too.
Lamar Jackson.
That
I
would
was
be
there to
me as
watch,
well.
and most people that were out there were there doing the same thing. They weren't there just for a night out because why would you spend
Those
$60
people are the
on?
ones that stick around past halftime because they want to see who's on this depth chart. They want to see who's on this roster that's going to make 53.
But
The
that's what I'm
ones that
saying.
come,
That's what.
the ones that come for the starters leave at halftime, and it's not because of the traffic. They just
Yeah,
don't care
and
when they see that the starters aren't playing. Some of these people sell their tickets. They're not even going to go.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean
They only
that's the
come for
point
the
I'm trying to make.
starters.
That's the point I'm trying to make is preseason, like Steve Smith said, is now turned into who's going to make the team, and that's who we're going to watch. Everything else, the repetitions come through joint practice and practices
But
and
it's
all that.
but it's
Do I
all
agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. I think you
yeah
got to get the guys on the field.
Hmm.
But
yeah.
unfortunately, that's the way it has become now because you keep extending the season. Hush dog. Sorry, my hound dog howls.
No,
Um,
you got it.
You're good.
because it's turned into now where preseason has nothing to do with starters, and if it does, it's not like it used to be when we played 4 or 5 preseason games where you
And
would get to see the starters in game 2, game 3. You didn't see any in game 1 or game 4. You saw them in 2 and 3 for like maybe a
I
quarter,
don't care
maybe
what the
2
rest of the league is
quarters.
doing.
But I mean, I'm just saying that's the way it was total, the way it used to be. And now you keep adding more games to the regular season schedule. They
Which
shorten
is
the
absurd.
preseason. It is absurd because now they're talking about going to 18 games with 2 bye weeks.
Oof.
And
What in the
that's
world
actually a
are
form
you
of,
doing, NFL?
Yeah.
It's like okay.
it's all about the
I
money,
normally
man.
don't make this precedent, but it's like the government. Every time they touch something in this country, they screw it up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Anytime
Because
the NFL screws with the game, they screw it up.
every time
Just
something's
stop touching
televised,
it.
every time the NFL is televised, they make money. So preseason games are televised, they make money. And it
Lord,
doesn't
man.
matter if it's starters or backups or whatever. It is they are all about the money, and that's what they're going to stick to. And if you go to 18 games like they're talking about next year with two bye weeks, um, then you're going to have a 16 game schedule, two bye weeks, 2 weeks of preseason. So it's like, I mean, how do you evaluate players? I mean, you keep
Exactly.
shortening it, right? So I mean,
Exactly my
it
point.
used to be yeah, it used to be 4 or 5 preseason games. It was five, then it went to four. Now it's
Hmm.
three. You
Yep.
know, I mean, and week one preseason is garbage because no one ever plays the
Nobody.
starters in week
Yeah.
one, and no one plays the last week. So it's always, it used to be if it was 4 weeks of preseason, you would see the starters for week two. You would see them for like 2 or 3 series. You'd see them for maybe a quarter or half a quarter in week three, and then week four was where you got to evaluate your 53 roster. Well, now
Exactly.
you only have 3 weeks of preseason. So week one, you don't play anybody. Week two, that's where you try to play some people now, but half the league does, half doesn't. And week three, next week, like Buffalo, no one's playing because now you're prepping for you don't want to go into week three preseason and then lose 2 or 3 starters. I mean, it's a fine line, man, and it sucks because
I feel like the
yeah,
NFL used COVID as an excuse to start changing stuff.
oh, every sport did. I mean, really,
Yeah.
like college did. I mean, now it's like everything's a transfer portal, and college sports have gone, in my opinion, it's like semi league sports, um, minor league type sports because now college, now you've got guys. I mean, I'm a Carolina fan, diehard Tar Heel fan. I mean, Armando Baycott played how many years of college? You've got a transfer, you've got a red shirt year, and you also have the COVID year. Now the COVID years run out now. Now you can transfer whenever you want to. And it's like you can't just be a coach in college anymore. You have to be a coach and a general manager. And that's why guys like Coach K, Roy Williams, and other coaches said, I'm done. And because now you're fighting with the parents, you're fighting with the athletic director.
Yeah. It's
I
absurd.
mean, Caleb Love was one of the worst. I hate Caleb Love. Um, the dude did great in a playoff run with Hubert Davis, but I mean, he was the reason Roy Williams left. I know the Mays, like Drake May's parents. I know all them.
Mm.
They're from Cornelius, North Carolina, 15 miles away. Um, and the reason Roy Williams left was because, like Caleb Love, you couldn't coach him. You can't bench him. He's making $1 million plus a year on NIL deals. And how do you bench a guy that's making $1 million at 18 years old?
You
You
can't.
can't because the AD is going to say something. The
Oh
NIL
yeah.
boosters are going to say something. The parents have something. The coaches aren't coaches anymore in college. And
Yep.
the NFL is kind of like pushing that whole thing with this whole thing. The players union has way too much control.
Way too much.
The best ran sport in pro sports is hockey and baseball. And do
Mm.
baseball players get paid a shitload? Absolutely, they do. But they also play 182 games a year. So if you take a breakdown from a pitcher that makes $100 million to a quarterback that plays 16 games, and it's like, okay, do the math. 182 games versus 16 games. Who really makes the most money?
And these guys could shut this whole game down too. Don't forget that. You
Oh
know
yeah,
that
for sure.
they had union strikes and baseball, and they could do it in the NFL, folks.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
I think it's almost that time
I
because these
mean,
guys need to start learning.
Yeah, I
The
mean, the
younger
offensive
generation
linemen.
is in charge of the association.
Yep. And I mean, they do it a lot in baseball. About every time there's a, collective bargaining agreement,
Hmm.
the
Every
NFL's
single
gotten
time.
lucky on it. Yeah. And um, the NFL's gotten real lucky. But I mean, you're paying. I mean, Dak Prescott wants to be. I mean, let's say CD Lamb right now wants more money than Justin Jefferson. He thinks he's entitled to more money than Justin Jefferson. Is CD Lamb good? Yes, he is good. Is he Justin Jefferson? No, he's not yet.
Which leads to
And
all these debates that everybody has.
yeah, but he's still under contract. He has another year on the contract. And it's like he's already demanding Justin Jefferson money, and it's more and more guaranteed money in the NFL now because of all the concussions, injury, injuries, and everything else that comes along with football. But it's like, dude, there's 17 weeks. You play 16. You play. You play. Take 16 times 3 hours, and you're gonna
Yup.
make 100 some million dollars. Take a baseball player that makes $100 million a year at 182 games. You know,
You could argue the
so
pitching stuff on that because the starting pitching has been pushed to limit after limit after limit, and they've been asked to go like forever on the mound, you know,
yep,
in baseball. And it used to
yep,
just be, you're limited to so many pitches and then, okay, we're going to take you out. But now it's like, oh, you're asked to keep going, you keep going, you keep going, just like the old days now. And it's like, okay, well, where's my cut? Pitchers
yep,
say, where's my cut?
yeah. One Tommy John surgery, and you might be done for life.
Exactly.
You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but have
yep,
some health insurance.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, hockey and baseball play more games than any other sport,
Hmm.
and NBA, you don't see many people taking games off in baseball. You don't see it in
Facts.
hockey, but you look at NBA and they always take games off. Oh, well,
Yup.
we're going to play, the Raptors this week. We're just going to, I'm not going to play. And it's like, okay, so you're taking a day off when everybody took their kids to go see. And I'm going to use LeBron James because he takes more games off than anybody I've ever seen.
Hmm.
And it's like, dude, you sit. I play fantasy everything, and
Hmm.
I owned LeBron James last year or year before, and the guy would sit like 1 or 2 nights every week, and it was like you played 5 games this week and you set 1 or 2, and it was like, seriously? I mean, that'd be like me telling my guys at work, man, I'm just not going to work on Monday because I don't feel like it. You know, I mean,
that's the response that the boss man's going to give you is,
yeah. And in
you going
football,
back to work.
you play 16 weeks in football,
Yep.
and it is very competitive and it's very physical. Um, from a contact perspective, baseball is actually more injury prone because it's 0 to 100.
Exactly.
That's why there's so many hamstring, quad injuries, lat injuries because you're going from still, like standing still to swinging, or standing still and throwing 100 miles an hour, or standing still
Right.
sprinting after a ball. So, I mean, I get it. I want to see every player. I want to see Bryce Young in preseason every game. I think that we should see that. But I mean, the way it's gone now, man, is I just don't think it's going to happen anymore because they just keep adding games and lengthening the season, and these players are already so scared of the whole concussion thing and knee injuries and
You can't
everything
be
else.
terrified to play your starters though.
I get it. I get it, but I think a lot of it's also
I
the
don't care what
players
the
are
rest of
used
the
to
league
them.
does.
Hmm.
If the rest of the league told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it?
I mean, I get it, man. I
It,
mean,
it, if the rest of the league told you to put a fork in a socket in your house, would you do it? You know what I
now
mean? Like,
I
why? First
would
question you
love
ask is
to,
why.
I would love to go in and see. I want to see what this team looks like without having to watch it week one, and I want to see something. And I hope this weekend maybe the starters play 2 or 3 series, but I don't see it happening. I mean, but it might. I don't know. I mean, we'll see
The
how
the
Buffalo goes this weekend.
the way I would approach this is, and I don't care what the rest of the league does. They can rest their starters. They 90% of the league can rest their starters. I don't care. I'm gonna start mine 1 quarter a game, 1 quarter a game, and we taper back as needed. If these guys feel like they're ready, they're ready. If these guys don't feel like they're ready, they're not. It's that simple. You know, they need more reps. Okay, keep them in there a little longer. The point being that you taper them off as needed. And I feel like with some of these players, yes, they are ready for the regular season. They don't need a single preseason rep. Okay, cool. You don't feel like you need it. You don't feel like you need it. You can sit. The rest of these guys are going to play a whole quarter. For me, it shouldn't be a league requirement. It should not be forced on you. It should just be suggested. Okay,
I mean,
that's how
guys
the
like
league has always been. That's how it's always going to be. As far as that goes, nobody's going to require players to be benched unless
I mean,
they unless we got a bunch of cowards in the league.
I think guys like Thielen, guys like Clowney, um, those kind of guys have been in the league forever. Yeah, you get a pass like it used to be. You
Yeah,
don't have to play
yeah.
that much
I'll
in
listen to you.
preseason.
I'll listen to you
Um,
if you feel like you were ready for the regular season.
yeah,
By all means,
but when
let's
it
see.
comes to guys like Bryce Young, this is the second year, he needs to get hit. He needs to be reminded what it's like to get sacked 64 times.
Exactly.
And
And
I
run
mean,
for his life because he's going to be running for his life half the season anyway.
right. And he needs to get in that kind of condition when you're wearing the red vest all
Right.
preseason. Yeah, I
Nobody can
mean,
touch you. Exactly.
yeah. But it's also at the same time, you got to have Thielen on the field. You got to have Johnson on the field. The
You
timing.
have no chemistry going into the regular season if you don't put them out there.
Yep. And I agree. And honestly, I think the running backs probably are the only ones that should really get a big scapegoat on it because, I mean, these guys are running the ball.
What
Look at Montcalm
frustrated
practice.
me was the fact that you know I put up a post about this, and people didn't understand the difference between practice reps and preseason game live game reps. It's live game reps for a reason. You're in a live game. Like it should be plainly obvious what the difference is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Come on, guys. Like that's disappointing. Like I'm not here to throw smoke at people. I'm just saying I'm disappointed that people don't know the difference. You know what I mean? And I kept getting
Well,
comment after comment after comment about it. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. Y'all don't
I
know the
think
difference. I'm done. There ain't no point in debating about it.
And I think, I see both sides of it. I want to see it, but I mean, I already know it's not going to happen.
Their
I
their
mean,
their logic is, oh, it's still practice. It's still practice, but it's a big difference, guys. You're getting hit by another team. You're not getting hit by your own players.
taking hits is
Yeah.
different than just,
Your quarterback's not wearing a red shirt during a live game. He can actually get hit.
Yep.
Like
And
this
Bryce
isn't
knows
the
that.
Pro Bowl, okay? During preseason, it's not the Pro Bowl. You got to actually go out there and earn your spots. You got to play hard.
Well, and it's like each team does it different. Last week, I mean, CJ Stroud played like the whole quarter,
Yeah,
and he
as he
played
should,
great. And
as he should have.
he may not even play the rest of the preseason,
Yeah.
but he played the whole quarter the other night, and
Okay,
it's like good.
Yeah, you play one quarter
You
of
know?
one game and you feel like you're ready for a regular season. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to argue with that. You're a
he went
veteran.
like 9. He went 9 for 12 for like 94 yards. I mean,
Yeah, you've been in
like,
the
okay,
NFL
cool.
for 3 years or more. Okay, cool.
Yep.
That's your call. I'm not going to sit here and deny you of that.
But I mean, at the same time,
90% of the rest of the league is not like that. Especially when it comes to Taylor Moton, because Taylor Moton has been having a terrible last year and preseason this year too. This dude needs reps. Bad.
That dude needs a pay cut.
That too. That too. Thank you for bringing that up.
I mean, he needs to be a team player and restructure and help this
Exactly. Exactly. Hold up. While we're on that subject, hold up. Man, stay right there because I'm about to show some people something on screen about that.
Jason, you still there?
He ain't here no more. We're sitting at 6.3 million in cap space right now, currently, by the way. But we could have more, technically,
We would
right
have
now.
like 15 or 16 of Moten restructured.
Exactly. Imagine the offensive lineman we could have had, if we had missed out on the carousel. And I'll show that in a minute too. Because I want to talk about a few of those names that are still out there. But where is he? Yeah, Taylor Moton. All right. Look at the dead cap money, $27.4 million. Look at the cap number, 29.7. This is ridiculous considering the level of play that he put out there last year.
Yep.
No. We need to restructure, sir. We need $10 million from you right now to rebuild this team. Like, why are you sitting on that money?
I mean, the thing about it is, it's not like he's going to lose the money. It goes more into the down the road guaranteed money.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to get more guaranteed on the back end of his contract, which is what most players that are smart know that.
Correct.
It's like, okay, I will sacrifice this year's money for more guaranteed money because you're not guaranteed everything like baseball. And you sacrifice 10 million over years, but you're getting more guaranteed on the back end. Dude, give me that guaranteed. That's retirement, man.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't blame a player for chasing the money. You know what I mean? Because like, if I was a player, I'd chase the money too. Shoot. But go get your bag. But my whole thing is like, Are you worth that amount at that point in your career?
Well, the
And,
thing about it is, like I said, restructuring makes you more financially stable in the long run
yeah,
over the next 4 years. You're going to get more on the back end,
yeah.
and more of it's going to be guaranteed money, where contracts aren't guaranteed. And
You
I
said
mean,
TMJ's getting paid way too much. Hold on, let me see. I saw that comment. TMJ's getting paid way too much. Nah, man. He's getting paid 1.8 in cap space right now.
yeah, dude, he's not costing us shit.
No, no.
Huh?
Oh,
TMJ's getting.
Taylor Moton. Taylor Moton. Okay, it's TMO. My bad.
I was going to say TMJ's still on
Yeah,
a rookie
yeah,
contract.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Taylor Moton is getting paid way too much, man. This is ridiculous. For the level of performance last year, unacceptable.
yeah. I mean, that's really the only thing that is buying Icky time is Icky's still on a rookie contract.
Right. So let me get this straight. We decide we want to get rid of Bozeman as a uh, scapegoat for our offensive line problems, still not solving the original problem, which is Taylor Moton and Icky. And you want to put Corbett as a center with a bad ankle injury history as your center when Tyler Larson is a free agent right now for what $2 million?
Yeah, I mean, I
Perfectly
agree with
capable,
that.
perfectly capable of doing it. And
Yeah,
Taylor Moton decides he doesn't want to give up his money. Man, please tell me what the problem is here because, oh my goodness, 29.7 million in cap. I got paid today. Man, Taylor Moton, take a seat, bro. There's other
yeah,
people on this team besides you, bro.
yeah. Like I said, if he took a cap, if he took a restructure, he would actually make more money over the
Later
next
on,
few
yeah.
years, yeah, than he is right now.
And
And
look at Icky, man. Icky's getting 7.5 out of the cap right now, and that's reasonable considering his playing call, like his playing ability last year. I'm not
mm-hmm,
even mad at that. I'm
no,
not even mad at that. That's the lower third of the average of how much these guys are getting paid out of the cap for the whole
yeah,
league.
because I mean, Iggy's still under a rookie contract for the next 2 years. There's four
It,
years on your first, usually.
all right, you look at the types of players that are getting paid right now. You had all these names on this list to go after with that $10 million extra. You know, including re-signing Bradley Bozeman, who, yes, he had his issues, but was he the source of the problem? No.
He's a great guy too, and got a great family.
I'm not even going to get into the scapegoat discussion because we've got already done this before already. You know, stop me because that's a broken record. You know, but we choose one player every year to be a scapegoat, and he's not even doing anything wrong. He just happens to be a really talented player, getting paid too much. But okay, yeah, let's go down this list because you had let's see who's still left. Who's still left? You got Donovan Smith. He's got injury history. You got Cameron Fleming. He's got injury history. Connor McGovern. Bleh. He'll do in a pinch, but Jets offensive linemen are trash typically. On the field. And I'm not talking about them as people. I'm talking about them as their talent on the field. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's what's important here. We want to respect them as people. Dennis Daly on the field was trash. Let's be real. Justin Pug on the field, washed up. You got Trey Turner, washed up.
Yeah. You were
You
already
know,
got out of that contract one time.
Jason Peters, washed up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Why haven't we re-signed Gabe Jackson yet? Gabe Jackson actually
Uh-huh.
did well. You got Tyler Larson, who's sitting on this free agent list, still at age 33, still doing okay, at 1.1. Could be a solid backup for us. Okay, but we choose to not go that route. We choose to put Brady Christensen in a box and not move him out of the center position. Even though, when Brady Christensen goes in as a center, he can't go anywhere else. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, he is versatile. He's a Swiss Army knife, but once you limit him to center, that's it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's
Cade
unfortunate
Mays
for
can't be
him.
Superman for the entire depth chart.
Nah, and unfortunately for Christensen is when he's healthy, he doesn't have a true, like you said, he doesn't have a true position.
Yeah, he could
The
be put
guy has true
anywhere.
position.
We've been
And
working him out everywhere.
but I mean, I think he would be better off if we just gave him a true
Free reign.
position. And so, where do you want to play, man? What position do you want to be at? You want here, here, or here? And then let's make you a player.
Mm-hmm. And
Because I
he'll have
really
the
like,
secondary option of all those other positions.
yes, when we need you to move with an injury here and there,
Yeah.
then we can move you there. But I mean, where do you actually want to play? Because he's very talented and he's athletic, and
Mm-hmm.
it's rare to get that out of those kind of players where you have athleticism. But it's like we have to designate him a position or we're just going to burn him down, man. It's like in baseball, if you have a guy that's a utility player. I mean, I watched the
Yeah.
Yankees do with
Yeah.
Gleyber Torres. I mean, you're going to play
Troy
shortstop.
Tulowitzki.
I'm a second baseman.
Yeah.
No, you're going to play shortstop, but I'm a second baseman. Well,
Right.
we're going to play as shortstop. Oh, well, you lead the league in errors. Well, that's because I'm a second baseman. And it's like, okay, then we put you at second base 3 years later, and it's like,
Should have been there in the first place.
right, yeah.
You
Now that
wasted 3
first
years
time,
of his career.
yeah. So now the guy comes up on an arbitration season for more money, and they're like, oh, well, you didn't really perform that great because you did this. It's like, yeah, well, you played me at shortstop. I'm
Yeah.
a
Now I
second
want more
baseman.
money because I was supposed to be in that position to begin with.
Right. And it's like, dude, I mean, you can't just do that to every player. You have some that are utility players, and that's what they're known for.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
Troy
can't just,
Tulowitzki drove me absolutely batty crazy when I was playing Major League Baseball fantasy. I could not figure out what to do with this dude.
yeah,
You knew he was consistent. You knew he could perform well when he was on the field, but when he wasn't, it's just a complete disaster. You're getting nothing for your money.
yep, yep. He stayed hurt
And
a
it was
lot, and
maddening. It
yeah, I
was
mean,
maddening, dude, because
I
like
mean,
the points were there, dude.
yep. I mean, you see, like Bryce Harper.
Calvin
played in
Ridley
the
2 years ago. 2 or 3 years
mean,
ago.
Yeah, I mean, Ridley. I mean, it's like,
Ridley
you
pissed
know,
me off. Ridley cost me a championship, bro. He cost
oh
me a
yeah,
ring. I was 30 points short because this dude decides, oh, I suddenly just don't want to play every week. And it turns out he was gambling.
yeah, he was gambling. He got suspended.
Idiot. Like,
Yep.
what? Why?
Yep.
This is the stupid crap, man, that you got to put up with. But you knew he was one of the top 5 wide receivers in fantasy points at the time. And you're like,
Yeah.
if this dude plays, I'm winning a freaking ring. Period.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm winning a ring. So I kept him on my bench for the longest time, and I could not figure out what to do with this dude. I was like, "Are you gonna play this week? Are you gonna play? Are you gonna? No, no. Why?
Yeah,
Oh
because at first it was like mental
my
health issues,
god.
and then it was like, oh, you're gambling. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Mental health issues, convenient. The dude's
Mm-hmm.
got perfect skills. He could come out there and ball out, just dress up and play right now. But oh yeah, mental health. Mental health. Meanwhile, you got actual people that have mental health actual issues. You
Yeah.
know, and this dude's over here playing gambling and pretending like, oh, I got mental health issues. Man, what a clown!
Yep.
What a freaking clown!
Yep.
That pisses me off, bro. Like that's an issue close to my heart, man. It's mental health, man. And what kind of person goes out there and pretends like they have mental health problems just to get out of a game?
Yeah, I mean, guys
I
that really
don't
do have
understand
it
it.
don't even claim that.
Antonio Brown, anybody?
I was going to say, yeah, Antonio Brown never claimed it.
Oh my god, man.
Mm.
If anybody's got mental health problems as a player, it's him.
Oh, for sure.
Dude never
For
claimed
sure.
it once.
Nope.
Not
He's
even once.
psycho.
He proved it by taking off his doggone jersey after a touchdown. He was just like, hey!
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
For
man,
sure.
really? And just walks off the field.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It was like, damn, dude. I mean,
I mean, it was
talk about,
hilarious. It was entertaining at the time, but like, no, seriously, that dude needs help.
yeah, for sure.
It, it's
I mean,
funny for a minute,
Terrell
and then you're
Owens is
like,
that guy
oh,
too, man.
yeah,
I'm gonna sit in my driveway and have an interview while I do 150 push-ups and tell you how good I am.
yeah.
And it's
It's
like,
like,
okay, dude, you're 41 and you're out of the
oh,
league.
God.
Yeah.
We got
All
Colin
right.
Kaepernick that thinks he wants to be a assistant coach somewhere too. It's just like, really?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
you're done, dude. You're done. Hang it up.
Yes.
You're done.
Just
Nobody
know
wants
it.
you because of your reputation.
Yeah. No one's gonna take you. And God knows Brandon is all about getting that dude back in the league. It's like, dude, no one's gonna take him, man.
I thought we were taking a
Stop.
risk just with Eric Reed, with his reputation
Right.
joining him. I was like, if Eric can just keep it chill, keep it on the down low and save all
Yeah.
that stuff for press conferences afterwards, I got no issue with it. Just come
Yeah.
out, get the job done, save that
Do
stuff
what
for
you're
your.
supposed to do.
If you want press conferences after that, during the week to talk about Black Lives Matter, whatever topic close to your heart, go for it. Just don't
Yeah, go
bring
for it.
negative just don't bring negative publicity to the team. You know what I mean?
That's right. Keep it away
That's
from
all I'm
sports.
asking
Keep
for.
it away. Yeah. Don't.
I'm not asking for the
Yeah.
moon, and Eric Reed did an excellent job. Shout
He
out to
did.
him. He did
Yep.
exactly what we asked him to do.
Yep. I
And
agree.
we're just like, if you're going to sign this contract, this is how it's going to be. And he
Yep.
fulfilled his end.
Yep. Just got through it, and
Uh,
I'm good with that. All right.
man,
Well, I got to go to bed. I got to get up at 6.
all right. I'm going to go through this chat real quick.
Right on. I'm gonna message my number, man, so we don't have to do the Facebook thing. And hit me up, man. We'll chat this week.
All right, absolutely.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
All right, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chad on the stream. He's one of my people from my team, and proud to have him in here. Give him some love in chat, please. And you may be seeing a little more of him. He's been talking about contracts and all kinds of stuff. So we're excited to have him in here. So I'm gonna go through chat here. Let's see. Where were we? I can look at my screen for that. Hold on. Let's see. And I did read chat throughout all of this, by the way. So I want to make sure people know that. When you have people in here, it's hard to get everybody's opinions in here and get everybody with the chat and everything. It's hard to get a minute or two to read chat. With everybody wanting to butt in and say what they gotta say. It is what it is. Uh, David Screw says, "Don't do it, Corey. Canales is not a coward." Okay, how? How is he not a coward when the man refuses to put people in? And then decides, oh well, the last 2 minutes, ooh, we're down by 9. But I don't feel like doing anything, with the play call. I'm gonna be, the most basic, boring, bare bones play, which was a draw or an ISO, just to run out the clock. Don't try to tell me he wasn't trying to run out that clock. He absolutely was. He's already accepted the loss. You could see it in the man's face. You could see it in his body language when you were watching him on the sideline. Don't try to tell me he wasn't. Because y'all know that's a lie. Y'all know that's a lie. Because if the man wasn't giving up, then why do we still have 3 timeouts on the board? Why do we still have 3 timeouts on the board, bro? You're a coward for not playing your starters. Okay? That's the only time I'm ever going to say that about Dave Canales. Now, I'm not gonna throw him under the bus completely because he's had so many positives. Like 90% of what he's been doing is positive, and I've hyped it up. I've given it its due credit. I've given him his due love, but these are bad habits that lead to worse habits. And it's a problem. So it's something that needs to be addressed. It's something that needs to be pointed out and looked at before it gets worse. Am I the bad guy? Am I, you know, the 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 person that everybody hates after pointing that out? Sure, I'll be that bad guy. Put the blame on me. Put the blame on me. Y'all can put the blame on me. I'll take it all. I'll take all of it. I'm not afraid. Look me in the eyes right now. Do I look afraid to take that? Do I look afraid to take that blame right now? Come on. I have never been scared to take that heat. Never. All right, so yeah, until he proves otherwise, that's the cowardly way out. That's the cowardly way out. It doesn't take the Scooby Doo gang to figure that out, man. All right. Lot Poppy says, I was very upset Dave didn't call a timeout in the final seconds of the Jets game. Facts. Thank you. Duo Sunchild says, damn straight, brother. Let them have it. Keep pounding. Man. I mean, I had to get my point in, man. I had to get my points in. They're legit points. You know, from a realistic perspective. You know, somebody's got to say what they got to say, you know? Everybody's got to say what they got to say. We respect each other's opinions, you know? And I hate cutting people off, but, you know, sometimes, you know, it does become necessary because I got a point to make, man. And it's an important one. I tried to let these guys have their say, you know, but every once in a while I gotta jump in, you know, because the water is just too doggone hot for me not to, you know. It just is what it is, man. You know, I ain't trying to turn this into everybody else's stream where they're just like yelling over top of each other, but you know, when I gotta make my point, I gotta make my point, and we all know how to do it without yelling at each other and screaming at each other. You know, making sure that we are heard. And some of these times, Chad just goes on and on and on sometimes, and uh, I gotta jump in. You know what I mean? I gotta jump in because otherwise he's just gonna keep going for the next 10 minutes on the same thing, you know, or change it up. So it's how he debates, man. You know, you gotta get in tune with how people debate, you know, to understand how to do that, you know, correctly without yelling over top of each other. And I know how to do it. So, you know, and show respect. But at the same time, man, I gotta let them have it too. You know what I mean? Like there's so many times, man, people make excuses and they claim it's a reason. No, it's an excuse. And the same as flip flop. You know, more times than not, it's a reason in Carolina. You know, and I will say that there's a reason behind everything in Carolina. 99 times out of 100, there's a reason. Like, even if you're making an excuse, there's a reason behind it. Unless it's just a random anomaly, you know, and that does happen too in the game. You know, you got to make room for that too. But, you know, for the most part, everything's got a reason. So, David Screw says, strongly disagree. I noted, buddy. With all due respect, noted. You know, I respect your right to disagree, my friend. If Dave does something like that in a real game, he should immediately be fired. I don't know about immediately be fired, but definitely held accountable. Like I want some answers. You know, I'm not gonna settle for anything less but an answer to that question. You know what I mean? And if he dodges the question like the Matrix 2 or 3 times, that's when I'm gonna start throwing some major hot seat heat at it because that's gonna piss me off. You don't do that. Ron Rivera did that in 2019. And what we didn't know, and what I was going to mention to these guys earlier, is the fact that he did have cancer and it changed his personality. That is a thing. People don't forget that. That's a thing. So if you've ever encountered anybody that's had like certain type of cancers and stuff like that, be on the lookout for that. In that last couple of years, that person's life. It will mess them up personality wise. You won't recognize them no more. I've experienced that twice now, with people in my own family life. So it sucks, but it is what it is, man. They'll say some stuff that they don't mean at all. It'll be totally out of character. And I suspect that's what happened with Ron Rivera. But he managed to beat his cancer. Thank God. By the grace of God. I'm so happy that he beat it, man. Good for him, dude. Not everybody is that lucky, and that blessed. But, my point being, that might have had a major impact on how he was coaching because he looked exhausted. He looked like he was just like he didn't even want to be there. And I'm like, with the cancer changing the personality, I could see that. Now, in hindsight, 2020, I could see that. And it made me go, oh man, I feel so bad for throwing so much smoke at him. You know what I mean? Like, it made me feel bad, man. It made me feel that low. I hate feeling like that, man. But life is what it is, And you gotta move past it and be like, well, what happened happened, And I did make my apologies for it. So it's not like I didn't, you know. But as soon as I knew, as soon as I realized it, and realized how much I screwed up with that, I apologized on air, on stream, live in front of y'all. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. So y'all don't make me look like the bad guy. Y'all don't make me look like I hate cancer people. No, stop it. Stop it. Somebody's gonna try that. I guarantee it. Because people are the way they are in 2024. Y'all always looking for the worst in people. Certain people are always looking for the worst in people. And I don't understand it. I don't understand that mentality. But it is what it is. Human beings are human beings in 2024. That's all I can tell you. Man, it is what it is. But, I didn't immediately want him fired after that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a series of games where he kept doing that. And I was like, all right, this is a pattern. This dude clearly doesn't want to be here. I got to say something, man. You know what I mean? I got to call it out and call it what it is. And I hated to do it. I hate calling out players and coaches for stuff, man. I hate calling out for fellow fans for stuff. I don't like doing it. It makes me sick to my stomach because I want the best out of everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it goes against my nature as a Panthers fan. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, man. It's tough love. We got to call out this stuff, man. Otherwise, how else are we going to learn? How else are we going to grow from it? How are we going to move on? So, that's why, I do give a little bit of leniency there, but even during live games, but there is a point where I have to call it out for what it is. If it becomes 2 to 3 to 4 games in a row where the coach just acts like he just doesn't care, he keeps showing that same type of energy again and again and again. I'm like, no, we ain't having this. We're not having this no more at Carolina. Like, it's time to kick the door down and say something and be rude about it, because this is getting to be the point where we have suffered way too much in Carolina to allow this type of coaching, anymore. We allowed it from Matt Rule. We allowed it from Frank Wright. We allowed it because Tepper hired these people, and we're not putting up with it no more. We didn't have a choice but to allow it because that's who Tepper hired. We're not Tepper. We didn't hire these coaches. We're just fans. Even me, I'm just a man behind a fan behind a camera and a mic. And at the end of the day, I'm just a fan. I don't control the seat. But am I still gonna blow smoke at you? Absolutely, because as a fan, we deserve better. We deserve a better product on the field, coaching and player wise. And management, all the way up the chain. So while Dave Canales is teaching accountability, that's a real bad habit to get into, Dave. That's why I had to light into you, man. I hated to do it. I hated to go into that 30-minute rant, bro. But it's one of my top 3 pet peeves with a head coach. And everybody knows it in chat. Everybody knows it that's been around for as long as I have with this channel. Y'all know this. If you're OGs here, you know this. Like, this is not new. It's not new to you at all. So, when I lied into a coach for that, you know why. You don't have to question why. You already know why. It's out of love. Everything I do is out of love, whether it be positive or negative. So, am I going to allow a little energy? Sure, but not too much. No. If it becomes a pattern, that's bad. That's real bad. David Screw says it's fine. We kick butt. No risk, no reward. The real Sunchild. Facts. No risk, no reward. Exactly. Sometimes you got to gamble, man, when it comes to putting starters on the field. Sometimes it becomes necessary, in order to make sure that they're ready. I don't care what the rest of the league is doing. I couldn't give 2 iotas what the rest of the league is doing. If 95% of the league doesn't play their starters, I'm still going to play mine. Same way I've been doing it for years. In Madden, I'm going to put it on the field the same way. 1 quarter of starters and scale back from there. Every game. Whether it be 4 games, whether it be 3 games, whether it be 2 games of preseason. Does not matter. I'd still approach it the same doggone way. Because that is what is necessary in order to make sure that these guys are ready, that are not immediately ready, that are starters, that are vets on the team. It is what it is. Sorry, I got an itch. But yeah, the real Sunshine says, no risk, no reward. Facts. That's exactly it. And how do you know that one of your starters isn't going to suck? So if, say for instance, Mingo has a really good camp and then goes into rigorous goes into preseason games playing like trash. And that translates into the regular games where he starts playing like trash. Just for example, Mingo. It could be fill in the blank player. My point is, how do you know until you put them on the field? How do you know what they're going to do or not do? You don't. No risk, no reward. Like the man said. And he's absolutely correct. David Screw says, I believe in what Dave Canales is doing. Even Pete has handed him praise. And I mean, that's great and all, but it's not the end all be all of our success. That's only part of our success. Like, with all due respect, you're not seeing the whole picture, brother. And I'm trying to help you see it. But you just don't want to hear it. And that's all right. That's on you. You don't want to hear the rest of it. That's on you. Well, I'm just trying to give you the full, realistic approach. You know what I mean? And unfiltered. That's what you wanted. That's what you're getting. That's who I am. You asked for my opinion on a player, I'm going to give you my unfiltered opinion on it. I'm no nonsense. I'm like Steve Smith. I don't care what people think about it. I got that Steve Smith mentality when it comes to that. And it takes guts. It does to do what I'm doing. Not everybody can do that. Anybody can get behind the camera and a mic, but not everybody can roll off like that. You know what I'm saying? It takes years of practice and patience, to say, man, I don't care what you guys are doing. I'm going to do things my way. And look at the results when it starts happening and it starts working for you. All right? Well, if it works for you, don't change it. Keep doing it. Why mess yourself up? You know what I'm saying? And we've had, 3, 4, 5 years of success now with this YouTube channel? I ain't changed a doggone thing because I seen the formula, man. It's working. Because it's exactly what I wanted out of this channel. Why would I change that? Why would I be any less of who I am off camera than I am on camera? Like, y'all know this if you've met me in person. I'm no different. Y'all ask for my opinion, I'm going to give you the same unfiltered opinion off camera as I am on camera. So, there you go. And if I don't, excuse me. Listen, guys, if you know me, I don't use anything but official sources. If I believe what I'm saying, I'll tell you I believe what I'm saying. But otherwise I ain't gonna say it. If it's my opinion, I will let you know it's my opinion before I say whatever I'm gonna say. It's my opinion that ... You know what I mean? I can't prove this, but ... You know what I'm saying? That's how I roll. I don't have official sources, but ... It's a rumor, right? And I'll let y'all know, man. So, yeah, while Pete is praising this dude, that's not the end all be all of what it takes to succeed and get to the 10 to 12 wins that you want. It takes patience, it takes depth, it takes skill, it takes a whole lot of puzzle pieces fitting together all at the same time and in the right way in order to get to 10 to 12. Like, this is only just a small portion of that puzzle, is the coaching. The players have to execute, number one. Number two, they got to stay healthy. Number three, you got to have depth. Number four, you got to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you're already screwed. Number 5, you gotta execute without doing anything stupid and causing penalties that cost us. You know, it there's a couple more on that list too for me. Beyond that, but you still bottom bare bone bottom line. Those are the 5 that it starts with right there. Did I mention coaching in there? No, I did not. That's number 6. Coaching, meaning timeout usage and clock management usage, is in there too. And that's why I'm stressing this, because it's such a big problem. I wouldn't be stressing if it wasn't. I wouldn't even be looking at it if I didn't think it was a problem. I wouldn't say a word if I didn't think it was a problem. But we've seen a situation or two in our past history with a head coach or coaches with an S that have done this exact same thing and not cared about the results of a regular season game. Not a preseason game, a regular season game. Do you see what I'm getting at here? And it's not just one game, it's multiple games that cost us wins in regular season on the scoreboards. Ladies and gentlemen, this can become a problem if it is not nipped in the bud. With all due respect, I do not want to see that ever happen again. I love Dave. God, I love Dave as a head coach. Don't get me wrong. I love Dave as a head coach. I love what he's doing. I love what he's saying. I love what his actions are causing in Carolina in a positive way. But that cannot be accepted any longer in Carolina if we want to play Carolina ball from this point forward. We need to redefine what Carolina football looks like. Jamie Robinson just showed you what Carolina football should look like from this point forward. That running back that we cut, that scored the only touchdown in the Jets game, just showed you what Carolina football should be like. That's not coached. Nah, Coach Cannell has had nothing to do with that. I'm going to tell you that right now. He had nothing to do with that. I'll say it twice. That man did that on his own. Pure, unfiltered willpower. That's a dog mentality right there. That's what we need. And y'all want to cut the one man that shows that on offense? Y'all want to throw him out to the wolves? Like, are you brain dead? Are you brain dead? Come on, guys. Good God. For some camp bodies. Man, I tell you what, this management every single year, man. Y'all are a piece of work. Yeah, y'all are some grade A hands every year. I don't get it. Y'all do something incredibly stupid once a year before the season even starts with this roster. And y'all wonder why we're struggling. Oh, woe is me. I can't understand why we're struggling. It's because of bull crap like that. when you are trying to create an identity and a philosophy, and you get rid of the one person that actually, embodies that on offense, it may have just been a couple of draw plays or a couple of counter plays or a couple of ISO plays, towards the end of the game. But still, this man showed you what the new brand of Carolina football should be. He took your words, Mr. Canales, to heart. Came out there and said, I will not be denied of my trip to the end zone. That's raw determination right there. That cannot be coached. That's got to come from right here. Right here. From the heart. You can't coach that. So to see us get rid of the one person that did that infuriates me. Because I'm putting my heart into this coaching staff just like y'all are. But I learned not to be tricked. I learned not to fall for the switcheroo. And right now, we're getting the switcheroo. I'm not falling for it. I'll tell y'all right now, right here and right now, I am not falling for it. I've seen it too many times in Carolina. Not to fall for it. Again. Nah. I'm not throwing smoke at Dave Canales. I'm calling it what it is. This is what it is. It's a concern and it's a potential problem if it's not nipped in the bud. It's excuses. Like, I'm so sick and tired of seeing all the excuses made for him. Yet y'all want to throw all that smoke at Bryce Young. He's got actual reasons why he's not succeeding. But yet, this situation, no, excuse after excuse after excuse. Let's protect Canales. Let's protect our golden head coach. Okay, cool. Did y'all do the same for Ron Rivera when he kept doing it game after game in the regular season? No, you did not. So I don't expect to see that in the preseason either for Dave Canales. Keep that same energy. Know the difference between excuses and reason. The reason we have not succeeded in a long time on offense is that offensive line. Everybody knows it. They want to keep putting lipstick on a pig. They want to keep throwing a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. Y'all want to keep ignoring it for 7 years. Finally, people are starting to see it. And I'm like, welcome to the club. We've been here for 7 years. Can I get you a drink? Come on to stay a while. Better late than never. But you made it here, man. You made it in. Doesn't matter, David. Bryce needs reps. All the starters need them. Yeah, exactly, man. Like, especially Taylor Moton. Okay. God, Taylor. I love the guy, man, but good God. These whiff blocks, bro. That's the stuff that it makes you wonder how he became a starter. You know what I'm saying? We can't do this anymore. We're in a new era. We're in a new way of doing things. You got to work on your footwork. You got to work on your technique. It's got to get done. You've got to listen to your coach. Taylor, you got to be a team player, bro. We need the money. It's simple. We need the money. Okay. You did your homework. Okay. Um, did your homework on what exactly? With all due respect, I'm just trying to figure you out, man. I'm trying to hear you out. You know, I'm trying to get inside your head, man. You know, so I can understand what's throwing out here, man. You know, because I want to hear everybody's opinions. I want to get the head of the person. You know, I want to see where they're coming from. So, Drill Sunshine says you don't get better by not playing starters. Thank you. And that's just in general. You don't get better by not playing. How do we know these guys have actually learned something from preseason training camp or not? How do you know until you put them in? This ain't about, oh, we've already chosen our starters. This ain't about that. I don't care about that. You chose your starters. You chose your starters. I'm not going to argue with that. What I need to see is progression. I need to see consistency. I need to see determination. I need to see grit from these starters. You're a starter for a reason. Show me. Why did you get to become a starter? Why are you still deserving to be a starter? What are you going to do to keep that job? That's what I'm looking for in preseason. Yeah, sure, they've got their jobs. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is why. And that's the key question to ask when you are trying to build a franchise winner. Why? Focus on the hows and the whys of what you are trying to build. How are you going to build it? Why are you building it this way? Why does this work in relation to everything else? What moves do you need to make and how do you plan on getting that done? You know, it all comes down to the how and the why. Those two. Every time when you make a decision as a Panthers GM, as a head coach, why? Ask yourself why before you make the move. And if you aren't able to come up with a viable reason of why, okay, what's your plan B? How do you accomplish that? And why? It goes back to again, why? Because if you hold yourselves accountable, that's when you start to find reason and understanding and discipline within yourselves to see, oh, okay, I'm on the right track because it's getting results, positive results that you're looking for. If it's getting negative results, ask yourself why. You know, why did I bring this player in if he's going to perform like this? Why is his contract so high if he's going to perform like he did last year? In the case of Taylor Moton. And that's the respectful way of doing it. You know what I mean? Without getting mad, but just saying how and why. What about the Jets practice? He had 7 touchdowns, and you're bashing this man. Okay, look, man. Just because Bryce had 7 touchdowns during a joint practice doesn't mean he's going to come out there and shock the world during a preseason game the next, 2 days later. It's happened so many times, the crash and burn. That's why it's practice. That's why it's training camp. You're not expecting these guys to come out, ball out like crazy, to unrealistic levels, like LeBron James levels, if you're in the NBA. Or in our case, Patrick Mahomes levels if you're Bryce Young. Don't expect these guys to put that type of pressure on themselves. And because it's ridiculous. It's unrealistic. It makes no sense. Okay. I'm not saying Sauce Gardner is any less than what he is. Sauce Gardner's a beast. But even he recognizes, okay, this is practice. You know what I mean? I'm going to remember this and I'm going to take this into the game. You're not doing this again. You know what I mean? During a live game setting situation, you're not pulling that again. I got too much talent for that if I'm Sauce Gardner. Yeah, you don't give your hand in preseason. I get that. To a degree, I get that. But running the ball like a coward in the last 2 minutes, just trying to run the clock out and not trying to score is ridiculous. That's the coward's way out. That's saying, I give up. I've gotten what I wanted out of this preseason game. We lost by 9, blah 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 blah. I'm already looking at the tapes, thinking, okay, it's time to go in the locker room, look at the tapes, find out what we did wrong. And come out on Monday morning, learn from it. And test these guys. What did they learn? That's why you see these guys in film room study before they come out into the practice fields. It's like, okay, what did you learn? What did you learn when you were watching that film? Now go out there and execute. Get better. So, to me, that's not tipping my hand in preseason if I'm a coach. That's saying I'm lazy. I may disagree him not starting players, but I see his vision. And that's another thing, like, yeah, it's the player coach's vision, sure. But even he can't see. Even Ray Charles couldn't have figured out the fact that this man was going to get as many yards as he did in that last drive, rushing the ball with a draw play or a sweep play. Even he couldn't see that one coming, man. That's ridiculous. The man's not psychic. Don't even try to tell me he knew that was going to happen with this offensive line struggling with run blocking. Don't even try to tell me he knew he was strong enough to take on half that defense and push them back 5 to 10 yards. Nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, guys. Ladies, I'm not buying it. Folks in general, I'm not buying it. Yeah, he's smart. Nobody's denying that. All right. I may disagree with him not playing starters, but I see his vision. He made everybody in practice. Terrence, what about Terrence? Yeah, TMJ played well, and yeah, Dave can bring this out of players. Yeah, that's a proven fact. You didn't hear me disagreeing with that earlier. You did not hear me disagreeing with that earlier. I had a different point to make, you know, about something else. All right, it's cool. We are gonna crush the Saints week 1. Okay, that's I'm not seeing it. But if you think we will, we'll see. Show me. You indulge the hate. Okay, up to you. Daryl Sunchild says, "Save the jabroni. Can't say what you want. Dogs with it. Then keep them behind. Watch and keep backs. Like, you can't just go after and get all these players in it and keep them behind a locked door, man, and say, nah, these guys are way too valuable. Since when did they become glass shards? You know what I'm saying? Easily broken. Since when did that happen? Since when did a player making millions of dollars become a glass shard? You know, Bryce Young was not that last year. And anyone that thinks he was, come on. I'm not hating on the man. I'm just saying this is what things really are. You know, I'm just calling it like I see it. No hate involved. I'm just throwing, respectful smoking to do, where it is due. I'm being a fair man here. No, I disagree. Frank wanted CJ. Dave is not Frank. I mean, true, but how are you going to get CJ now? Ah, see, I didn't think about that. All you CJ people, y'all didn't think about that, did you? How are we getting CJ now? Y'all want to talk all that junk about Bryce Young? Oh, we should have drafted CJ. We can't get CJ back. He's already been drafted by Houston. He's already under rookie contract. Stop it, man. You're making yourselves look foolish at this point. With all due respect. Did TMJ, Mingo, the whole team did this well in practice? No. Under Dave, they have. Incoming TMJ breakout Stu. Snoozing. That's right. Everybody's sleeping on TMJ. Everybody's sleeping. Y'all watch. This dude's about to break out, man. Real talk. And when he does, I don't want to hear the excuses of, oh, yeah, well, this, that, this, the corners just sucked in. Nope. Stop it. TMJ is a breakout player. Y'all know this. You've been watching it throughout camp. Stop acting like it ain't true. People have been talking about it since the very beginning of camp. All the streamers have. Every last one of them. I have not been able to go into a Panther stream without them saying something positive about TMJ. This camp. Not a single one of y'all said something negative about this man without saying something positive first. The real Sunshine says we reserve the right to be critical. Yeah. About the choice to not play starters. Fair. David says, I know my stuff. I'm being real. Be critical if you want. That's on you. Excuse me. I believe Canales. I hate bashing. Bro, we're not bashing him. We're throwing the proper smoke at him that he deserves to get for his laziness. That crap pisses me off. You know, when you keep all 3 timeouts, your clock management is awful, and you act like you just don't care about trying to finish the game out. You know, that's one thing when you get the mercy rule, you know, in baseball, where it's just like mercy, 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 you know, and the mercy never comes. Okay, fair. You have a right to get pissed off, but you know, same thing in football. If it's like 30-point lead, you know, and you got 0 shot at doing anything at that point, it's like, all right, then that's a different matter, you know. But even then, I would expect my players to still play through to the final whistle as hard as they can. If they show a little bit of laxness, okay, you know, I'm not gonna throw heat at them. I'm gonna say, okay, at least you made an effort, you know, and that's what matters to me. Make an effort. And Dave did not make an effort in those last 2 minutes. That's what pissed me off. That's why I'm throwing smoke at him. Do you understand? This is not hate. This is not personal. Stop trying to make it personal. This is what it is. I don't like coaches doing that crap. That crap's annoying, bro. It leads to worse decisions. Where's my friend? But in this debate, I'm upset. You didn't read all the comments. Yes, I did. I always read my comments, man. How many times you want to come up in my chat and you think I don't read my comments? I'm caught up, even if I'm not saying the comments out loud. It doesn't mean I haven't read it. You know, just because I can't immediately shout them out because people are just yapping, you know, about this topic or the third, you know, important topic, doesn't mean I'm not reading these comments. I'm just waiting for my proper moment to get the comments out there so that I can shout y'all out and address them properly. Like, dude, you've been in this chat long enough, man. You should know this. Can it be week 1? You really want week 1 coming this early, man? You really want week 1? You sure you want them Jets to be the last one that we face? Are you sure about that? Consider the state we're in. Think about that long and hard. Because none of our starters have gotten any practice. They're going to come out there lazy. Then again, half the league is going to come out there lazy. That's fine. That's fine. But still, it gives you more to do developmental wise. It gives we almost beat the Jets with almost all our players sitting. Let that sink in. Almost only counts in horseshoes hand grenades. We almost showed enough effort to be able to try the onside kick. We almost took a timeout. We almost decided we wanted to throw down the sideline, instead of just a draw play. So I don't want to hear this almost nonsense. I don't want to hear that. We didn't beat the Jets. That's the point. Why did we not beat the Jets? That's what we're all here for in this conversation right now. Having this debate, getting on stream at 1 in the morning. This is why we're here. So, my my point, a good coach can get the whole team better. Yeah, he can get it better, but can he make them playoff worthy? Just by himself? No. Just watch the this season. I'll get my crew. I'll get my crow later. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Didn't we improve from week 1 to week 2 in the preseason with almost all our players sitting? Yes. Some of them improved. Some of them improved for sure. I'll give you that. I'll give you a tentative yes. We still got some work to do, but tentatively, yes. In particular, the corners. That's the biggest one right there. It's the corners. They improved, and that's an area of one of our greatest needs right now. And they stepped up. They got it done. It's just sketchy. That's all. Yeah, facts, man. Winning those draw plays, man, that's sketchy. With 2 minutes left, it gives a bad look, man. David Screw says, Coach of the Year, Dave Canales. We'll see. Jury's still out. You believe in this man? With all due respect, man, keep believing in this man. Because I'm not telling you not to. I never once said not to. I get it. We're going to bash the team because we have seasons. I felt the tables are turning with fans. Don't realize it. I mean, yeah, I feel like something's brewing, man. I do. But it's early. It's early. We're not quite there yet. Like I said, we need one more offseason of really good players. And then we'll see what we got left to build on. Finish that off in year 3. Then this team will never have a losing record for as long as this team management stays put. If we do things correctly. Okay. It's like an asteroid hitting for Earth. We didn't see it. Boom. Win after win after win. I mean, yeah. We'll eventually get there, man. You just gotta be patient. Can we say that we've been brainwashed? Should we say next year? No. Have we a good coach? Revamp the line? I'm not saying we're being brainwashed at all, brother. What I'm saying is Frank brainwashed us. Matt Rule brainwashed us. Dave Canales is not. Is he coming up with a couple of excuses to dodge the question about this? Yes. But is he brainwashing us? No. So, I don't understand where you're coming from on that one, man. Sorry, with all due respect. We haven't started almost half the team preseason, and you want to judge Canales? No, I'm throwing smoke at the issues that are the biggest concern. I'm not throwing smoke at him specifically. Just those specific patterns, because I've seen it before. And it's not good if it goes into a regular season. All right. We're not going 0-3. Okay, but what if we do though? See, that's what my concern is. Because how many years have we started out 0-3 or 1-4 in the regular season? How many years? See, y'all know this. Panther fans, y'all know this, man. You've been here long enough. People that have been here since inception know this. This is not new. This is a legitimate point. And if these guys aren't ready for regular season, we got 3 tough teams. That's 0-3. If these guys ain't ready. This is one of the just enjoyable chats I've seen. Unenjoyable chats and streams I've ever seen. Keep pounding guys. I just had to leave. 10-12 wins. I mean, that's up to you, bro. That's up to you. If you want to keep believing 10-12, I'm not gonna get in your way. I'm not gonna get in your way. I'm just saying. This is what reality looks like. If you want to keep believing your big star dream of 10-12, by all means. But the rest of us are understanding that this is not going to happen, based on what we have. But keep dreaming, bro. Keep dreaming. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's all about the players and not the coach. Okay. 3-0 out of the gate. Okay. That's bold. That's bold. Lock Poppy, shout out to you. Get paid way too much. Taylor Moat, facts. Love the long shows, man. But thanks for taking the time to do this. Absolutely, man. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, man. I love y'all that much, man. This is my Panthers family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would not do this for anybody else. I would not do this for anybody else, man. You know? I'll do this for my church and I'll do it for y'all, man. Because that's who I am. Yeah, I'm a Christian, man. Don't like it? Bite. That's who I am. Do I say some things that I probably need some forgiveness for? Absolutely. Everybody does, man. Everybody does. But you know what? End of the day, I'm gonna be me. And y'all gonna be you. And I love each and every one of y'all for your individuality and who you are. So please keep coming, man. Please keep coming. Please keep speaking your mind, man. I respect all opinions, like I said, man. I'll laugh some of these opinions out of the room because my whole thing is like you're subjective to my reaction to your opinions. You're putting your opinions out there for me, so you're asking me to react to them in my chat. You know what I'm saying? So that's consent for me to throw a few jabs back. That's what I do, man. Respectful jabs. I'm not gonna go all Mike Tyson on you. I promise. But you know, sometimes I gotta throw a few light jabs, man. It just is what it is. Some of these people need it, you know. But but we've gotten as far as we have because we've done certain things, as a YouTube community and as a Facebook community. You know, we're sitting at 8,000 followers on Facebook. My God, I remember this being 2,000, bro. I remember this being 2,000, and just thinking, wow, what an accomplishment. You know what I mean? Because I did not expect to get this far and continue to do what I'm doing. I did not expect to build the team of people that I have built. I thought maybe I might get lucky. Maybe, you know, things will line up. You know, boy, did they ever! And I'm still doing this 3 years later. Shoot, that's dedication, man. You can't find that on the back of a cereal box. You know what I mean? You can't find that on the back of a Kellogg's box in your grocery aisle. That's loyalty. That's dedication, man. I love this team this much, man, and this organization this much. You know, and I would not have reached out to try to get an application, and a job with the Panthers if I did not believe I was, you know, passionate enough and proud of my content and proud of what I'm doing. I'm proud of the fact that I built what I built. You know, I built this house, bro. This YouTube community. We built this together. We created this together. But I say I built it because I'm the owner of the channel. But still, we built it together. I'm just the author of the book. You know, y'all are helping me write the chapters. And together, we published that book. You know, people listen to us. They read the chapters and they think, "Oh wow, I like this book. It's different from everything else that's out there." So they stick. And that's the type of people that we like, man. That's the type of people we want in here that are intelligent, that are smart enough to pick up on this stuff, man. But, it is what it is, man. People are going to say what they're going to say otherwise, and, haters going to be haters. It just is what it is. If, they say if you don't pick up some haters, you're not doing your job right. If you don't pick up at least a few people that hate your guts, you're doing something wrong. And like, I got a few haters, man. I got a few. I got a few just like everybody else, but I just keep my mouth shut. I let my content take care of the best. You know, I let my content do what it does. Flow the way it flows. People's topics I let them flow the way they flow, and it works. Look where we are because everybody respects each other. You know, we don't let money get in the way. We don't let friendships and personal vendettas get in the way. It's just, it is what it is, man. So that in mind, I'm proud of this community, and I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of you, 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 and you, and all of you. You all made this what it is today. Every one of y'all. And I'm proud of each and every one of y'all. Thank you for showing up and showing the love. That's how we got to 8. 8K, man. 8 grand. It's crazy. It's crazy to think 2 or 3 years ago we would have gotten to this number. We're here now. And it's not the number, it's the people. Like I said earlier in the stream, it's the people, it's the quality of the people. That's what I care about. Anybody can have thousands and thousands of subscribers, with money flowing in and stuff like that. And all due respect to them, that's what works for them. What floats my boat though, is the types of people I talk to and interact with every day. Because that's a gift. Every day is a gift. And if you're not treating your life like that, then what are you doing with your life? I wake up every day thankful that I am on my own 2 feet and I can plan for my next day and my day going forward. And I say, what can I accomplish today? And that's the mentality you gotta have in order to get through all the BS of life that comes your way. No matter how random and crazy it is, what can I accomplish today? Not what am I dreaming about today? What am I thinking I might be able to accomplish today if I could actually get up? Nope. There ain't no if. It's what can I accomplish today? That's the line. Say it as a mantra every morning. And I guarantee you, watch what happens to your life. Watch what happens to your energy levels when you get up every day. You grab that coffee cup, you say, I'm going to do this, this, and this today. And then do it. Watch what happens. You're going to feel great. And every day, set yourself some goals. That's what these players do every day. They're on a schedule. That's what these coaches do every day. They're on a schedule, y'all. That's how they get to where they are. They didn't get there by just sitting on their butts for an extra hour playing on their phones and acting like they ain't doing anything. They get off their butts and they did something. They acted. Every day when I plan to stream, I say, I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on. I jack myself up, baby. I get myself hyped. I bring my own dang energy, man, to these streams. Y'all just fuel me, man. Y'all just fuel it. And keep it rolling. With the content we had tonight as just another example of what we do. And yeah, maybe people disagree. Maybe people aren't on the same page. But it's part of the family, man. You got to come back together and be like, yeah, man, I respect you. Yeah, we talked over each other, but I respect you. You're your own people, man. You are responsible for your own actions, end of the day. What are you going to do with your actions for each day? Think about that. Let that sink in. That's the life lesson for today, man. That's the life lesson. So if you're a player right now, what did you learn from this week? What did you learn? How are you going to apply that going into next week? What am I going to take into my workouts? What am I going to take into my strength and conditioning? What am I going to do, in film room study. What goals do you have? Think about it. If you don't have them, start making them. It's a healthy habit. Coaches, same thing. What did I learn? Am I learning from these players? Or are they learning from me too? Or is it both? If it's both, that's a healthy balance, bro. That's what we want. I saw a little bit of both in Dave Canales, and I will say I'm excited. But everybody's got their kryptonite. Everybody's got their Achilles heel. And for him, unfortunately, it's that 2 minutes when we're down by 9 points, man. So, that being said, make something happen, man. Make opportunities happen. Do something with the time that you get. Be who you are. Because you can't be anything else but you. Go out there and shine like the people that you are. Because that's the type of people I want for my 8,000 followers and 544 subscribers who are hitting that like button every single day that we go live and pulling up and showing that love, whether it be in live streams, whether it be in VODs, whether it be wherever it is. You guys pull up, and I am thankful for each and every one of you. I'm thankful for 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 all of y'all. Y'all make this channel what it is. Keep being you. Keep being you, man. And that in mind, I'll finish with this. Let's move forward together as a family. Whatever that may look like. Over the next horizon, over the next year, over the next 10 years. Because I guarantee you, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going nowhere. I'm right here. No matter how much people want to throw me under the bus, no matter how much they want to try to cancel me, how much they want to stop me. That don't matter to me. I'm not going nowhere. For you. For you. Remember that. End of the day, this is for you. And it always will be. That's what this channel is. Shout out David Screws. Shout out Marcos Cash. Shout out Timothy Thomas. Shout out Lock Poppy. Shout out The Real Sunchild. Let's see. Shout out Chad and shout out Blitzball Champ who were in chat today. Y'all some real ones, man. Y'all some real ones. Some of you I met in person, some of you I haven't. And I look forward to doing it one day. If you are interested in the intro video that we put on the channel, here it is. That was done by Lindara Tai. She is on Instagram. Go check out her work. She is looking for new people to, new clients to work with for videos, panels, and live streams. So if you're interested in working with her, you know, she's very patient, she's very kind, absolute sweetheart. Mention me by name, and she'll work with you, and she'll be very good to you and offer you a fair price. So she does great work. I'm very impressed with what I've seen, and I've gotten my money's worth out of it. I'm very pleased. So if you like what you see and you need a little bit of help with your live streams, normally I would not promote somebody like this, because Twitch is full of these people popping up in chat like this. But if this interests you, go check her out. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Much love to her. I might promote her longer than a month, I might do it all year because she was that patient with being that much of a sweetheart. So I'll definitely be running this intro from here on. But there you go. Here are my socials. Shadow Warrior 645 on Instagram. That is my gamer tag. I also do Twitch channel gaming when I'm not doing gaming on YouTube, and Panthers content. And also check us out on the Facebook group page. Keep Pounding. That is the Facebook group page. Just making sure you guys are aware of that. There you go. Go find us there. All right. That being said, have a wonderful rest of your week. It's been a pleasure having these guys in here. We're gonna have Chad come in more often because he's good with contracts and money type stuff, plus his basic overall knowledge. So we'll get him in here every now and then and chat him up. So thank you guys so much. It has been a pleasure. Obviously, we'll see you guys in the next live stream. I'm Corey. This has been the Keep Pounding channel for yet another live stream. You know what to do. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And keep pounding. Peace.
Everyone deserves the fastest